Also, just another call for Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes, please. We're missing a couple cars in Super Street, so please head to the lanes, please. If you're racing in Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street, and get the dial-in sorted against your competitors.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt closed off from all that I could become, eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turned on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turn on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. I'm gonna let them talk, but I am following nobody else. How can I be resentful when I finally respect myself? I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness they turn on me. But now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they're saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. Look as far as I can see, but you don't want to talk to me, no. And not through words, not through songs, not through whispers, not through phones. When I look at you, I know that got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
All right, just another call for the classes, please. Super Street, Real Street, Junior Dragster, and just for the people involved with the memorial as well. If you guys want to head towards to the start line too, please.
Walk as far as I can go now. I keep repeating overgrown. I think of if you passing by, round the corner meet my eyes. I don't know what we would say, but got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. You got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
Alright, so if we can just get everyone to walk towards the start line that's just involved with the memorial, we'll get underway. Yeah, during the week, we lost one of our racing family. Mick McFarlane passed away on Tuesday. He's well known in the drag racing scene from the early 80s. He was a crew chief for Omar Sedmak with the JTS racing team. He was a loving pop to Cody Sedmak and the father of Kylie and David. He was a beloved husband of Kathy. And we just want to have a moment of silence for Mick McFarlane in remembrance for the team. Thank you for everyone for that moment of silence. We're thinking of everyone today with our team, Cody, Kylie, David, Kathy, everyone down there. Our thoughts are with you guys.
So a bit of testing underway, Tiana, and we got Peter Zibris in the top fueler about to do his testing run. Was talking to the team earlier and looking at doing a couple of half-track passes just to test some new components on the car. So 098, reaction time 863 to the 60, 222 for the 330, and 3.51 to the 1/8 at 164 mile an hour. So first round of racing for the Street Series, Real Street, and 1250 dial in for Cody Lay, Cooper Lay with a 1349.
Brother v brother. believe I saw Dad standing in the middle there.
Yeah, 050 light there for Cooper Lay. 304 for Cody. So a bit left there on the tree. And we'll see Cooper go through for a breakout win there with 1347 at 94 mile an hour on the 1349 and a 1244 on a 1250. Craig Collis up next in the Tyner's Candy Shop Jeep, up against Amy Johnson in the Peter Lay Custom Imports Clubby. So Amy will do the chasing on this occasion at a 1269 dial into that 1370 of Craig Collis. .129 reaction to Collis, 230 for Amy Johnson. And Craig Collis will go through for a 1359 with a breakout and giving Amy Johnson the win with a 1277 on a 1269. Matt Coates up next in the Bridgestone Albany Creek VF wagon, up against Dean Marchant in the Nova Ford FG.
Yeah, Dean dialed in at a 1096 and a 1223 for Matt. So Dean to chase there.
Matt Coates out with a 225 light, a 189 for Dean Marchant. Makes it chasing it that much easier. You can see Matt Coates on the brake light and he gets the win, a 1227 on a 1223. Dean Marchant just a bit too far from his dial in with an 1172 on a 1096. Ian Nielsen up next, up against Paulie Gingell. Paulie Gingell dialing in a 1355 in the Grand Cherokee, up against Ian Nielsen in the Commodore, dialing in an 1194. Gingell just went straight into full stage, waiting on Ian to go into full stage.
Yeah, Paulie not playing around there.
Yeah. 107 reaction for Paulie Gingell, 117 for Ian Nielsen. And the Commodore gets the win. Ian Nielsen, 1197 on a 1194. And Gingell red lights with a 1348 on a 1355.
Jessica Saggers over here in the speed flow lane done at a 1210. Tony Rogers in the rocket lane done at 1173. Oh, Jess, an 046 red, 528 for Tony. Lucky she red lit.
Yeah, bit of sleep on the start line there for Tony Rogers. Rogers will go through with an 1173 on 1173, so sticking to his dial in. Jessica Saggers is with a 1203 on a 1210, so she'll have to fix that up for the next one. Dale Samuelson up next, a 1263 dial in the Better Call Kel Maintenance Caprice, up against Paul Nielsen with dialing in an 1157 in the black FG Falcon. Good reaction time there, 069 for Dale Samuelson, 153 for Paul Nielsen. And Dale Samuelson gets the win, a 1272 on a 1263, and the crowd's pretty cheering that. And Paul Nielsen, an 1160 on an 1157, just left too much on the tree for that one.
Cadence Fan Club.
Bud Kelly in the HQ Premier up against Troy Hutton.
We have now moved into Super Street.
Yeah, so the classes come thick and fast here, and
Especially these ones.
yeah, a couple of close dial-ins here. Bud Kelly with a 1064 and Troy Hutton with a 1080. Good launch there for 009 reaction time. Troy Hutton an 079 in the TH tiling and waterproofing Holden. Bud Kelly gets a win, 1078 on a 1064. Troy Hutton a 1087 on a 1080. Just left too much on the tree.
Yeah, we'll have Terry Gillespie in the SuperFloor lane, done at a 12:07. Wade Moran over in the Rocket lane, done at 11:65. So the Mustang for Moran at the fair lane for Gillespie.
Old-fashioned burn down on the start line. No one wanting to go into full stage. And Terry Gillespie gets out first, and 051 right, 077 from Wade Moran in the blue Mustang. And the double breakout win goes to Terry Gillespie in the white Ford Fairlane at 12:01 on a 12:07. And Wade Moran runs an 11:56 on an 11:65. Sean Taskus in the black and orange Capri, dialing an 11 flat. Craig Layton in beside him at an 11:80 in the Aussie Diffs Holden Statesman. Red light there for Craig Layton. Usually sharper in that Ford Capri than that. And Sean Taskus gets a win, 11:02 and 11:0. And Craig Layton, red lights as well, just testing out that dial in with an 11:70 on 11:80. Matt Francis, the Tuna Racing Holden panel van on the start line up against Wayne Nippris in the Camaro. Francis dialing in a 1078 up against Wayne Nippris's 1056.
I reckon the red car will win.
It's a good sure bet.
Yep.
Oh, there's a bit of movement in the front of the Holden. Sad, but gets out with an 092 reaction time. Wayne Nippris left a bit on the tree with a 145. And a double breakout win goes to Matt Francis in the Holden panel van, a 1077 on a 1078. And Nippris was a 1046 on a 1056. Angela Holtz up against Darren Piddington. Holtz dialing in 1110, or both sides of the track actually,
Yeah.
1110.
So heads up race here.
White Branch, 039 red, and Darren Pennington, 058. So the Capri will get the win on this occasion with a breakout win, 11:08 on 11:10, and Angela Holtz with an 11:16 on 11:10. Travis Greaves up next in the XD Falcon up against Carl Grading, and 11:28 for Carl Grading, a 10:68 for Greaves. Red light there for Carl Grading. 033 for Travis Greaves in the XD Falcon. So Greaves gets a win on a 12:11 at 90 mile an hour on a 10:68, and Carl Grading an 11:32 and 11:28.
Carla Barrett in the speed flow lane, done at a 10.90. Samantha Yulton over in the rocket lane, done at 11.50.
It's one of my picks of the cars for the day with the white hatchback Tirana. I absolutely love one of those in my garage.
Any Tirana? I'm like, yeah, cool.
Picks the front wheel up and with a 192 reaction time, a 167 for Samantha Yulton. And Samantha Yulton gets the win on that occasion, 11.54 on an 11.50, and Carla Barrett in the Tirana goes in a 10.84 on a 10.90.
Tommy Ryan over here in the speed flow lane, done at 11.54. Jennifer Ashton over in the rocket lane, done at 11.12. Jen may give me a little slap for this, but we've got one of our youngest racers in Super Street and one of our oldest racers in Super Street.
Tommy Ryan out with an 039 light and Jennifer Ashton with an 039 light. And Jennifer Ashton gets the win, 11.19 on 11.12. Tommy Ryan there with an 11.61 on an 11.54.
Just doing a quick call for Modified and Super Sedan. Modified and Super Sedan, can you head to the lanes, please?
Tanisha Marshall up next in the RCE Performance. Holden Kingswood up against Andrew King in the Autobahn Hyperdome Ford Prefect. Marshall dialing in at 11.72 to Andrew King's 10.73. 108 reaction time for Marshall, 3.76 for Andrew King. And Marshall gets the win at 11.86 on 11.72. Andrew King breaks out with a 10.70 on a 10.73. So it looks like we're going to go into some SuperFloor Junior Dragster. We had 22 competitors in the Junior Dragster field, so not a bad entry list for JDs this time around.
Yeah. So we can see the birthday boy, Mr. Alex Kidd, over in the rocket lane, done at an 8.40. Jacob Schultz, our Ginger Ninja, over here in the speed flow lane, done at an 8.60. This is just here turning his microphone off while he's talking.
The battery's having a hard time in this with the microphone.
Right. It's Jacob Schultz in the speed flow lane, done at an 8.60.
Yes, a 097 light for Alex Kidd, 170 for Jacob Schultz. And Alex Kidd gets a win on an 8.40 on an 8.40. Jacob Schultz there with an 8.65 on an 8.60. Jasmine Kidd up next in the B Junior Dragster, supported by Bellett's Bobcat Service, up against Carl Schultz.
We'll just do a swap. We'll just do the older of one sibling versus the younger of the other, and
Carl Schultz dialing in a 7.65 and Jasmine Kidd with an 8.63. So it's one of our first double A Junior Dragster competitors in racing. 2-1-1. Reaction for Jasmine Kidd, a 0.95 from Carl Schultz. A bit of a pedal in the deep end, and Carl Schultz gets the win with a 767 and a 765. And Jasmine Kidd breaks out with an 862 on an 863. Nevaeh McDougall in the B Junior up against Sophia Lode in another B Junior. So we got an 860 dial in for Nevaeh and 865 for Sophia. So Nevaeh McDougall in the SVO Transport and Towing Junior Dragster in the speed flow lane. And the West Side Collision Centre supported Junior Dragster of Sophia Lode. .106 reaction time for Nevaeh, 156 for Sophia Lode. And a double breakout win there for Nevaeh McDougall with an 865 with an 8 on an 866. And Sophia Lode goes an 863 on an 865.
Yeah, can we just do a quick call for Top Sportsman? Top Sportsman to the lanes, Modified and Super Sedan, you've been called as well. The next lineup is Nixon Cannuli in the speed flow lane, dialed in at a 767. Tyler Bella in the rocket lane, dialed in at a 792.
.031 light for Nixon Cannuli. Tyler Bella with a 153. And Nixon gets the win with a 769 on a 767. And a breakout there for Tyler Bella with a 790 on a 792. Cody Robertson in the C Junior Dragster in the Speedflow lane up against Chase Castlake in the A Junior in the Rocket lane. So a big chase here for Chase Castlake. It is 830 dial in to Cody Robertson's 1208. 103 reaction for Chase. 156 for Cody.
It's a chase for Chase.
And Chase gets the win, 831 on an 830. And a breakout there for Cody Robertson with a 1197 on a 1208.
Looks like it'll be Cody Sedmak coming up in the rocket lane. And it'll be Nixon King over here in the speed flow lane. So Nixon done at an 805 and 880 for Cody.
Yeah, so the SuperFloor Junior Dragster field keeps going. We've got 22 competitors for today's QDRC meet.
Well, we do have a couple licensing, so it depends on whether they got their license or not, but yeah.
Red light there for Cody Sedmak, 117 red, and 032 there for Nixon King. And Nixon runs through for an 806 on an 805, so great run there for Nixon King. Cody Sedmak with a 901 on an 880.
See Mr. Pirano, Mr. Vans Pirano over in the rocket lane, doing his little skids, ready to go. And I can see the more pocket money car of Max Rowling in the speed flow lane. Max will be done at a 770 and 866 for Vans. I could not tell you how many different owners have owned the more pocket money car. There have been so many. And they never change it. I love it.
A 134 reaction from Vans Pirano, 047 for Max Rowling. Max gets the win, a 774 and a 770. Vans Pirano with an 866 on an 866. Just left too much on the tree.
Lexi Lancaster over in the rocket lane, done at an 863. Tamika Karslake in the speed flow lane, done at an 867. So not a big chase here.
No, practically heads up.
Yeah.
Zero 2-0 light for Lexi Lancaster, 090 for Tamika Karslake. And Lexi Lancaster gets the win, an 863 on an 863 with that 020 light. And Karslake gets an 864 on an 867 with a 090 light. Neela Paul in the A Junior Dragster, dialing in an 827 in the speed flow lane. Paige King in beside her with a 874 dial in. Well, 008 for Paige King, 007 red for Neela Paul. And Neela Paul runs it through for an 819 on an 827, and Paige King an 887 on an 874. Dakota Bray dialing in an 802 in the Smith Transport Junior Dragster. In beside her is Amelia Wright in the Elec Auto Electrical Junior Dragster with a dial in of a 795. Deep stage there for Amelia Wright. Gets out with a 054 light, 087 for Dakota Bray. And Amelia Wright gets the win, an 801 on a 795. Dakota Bray breaks out with an 8015 on an 802. Can I get Super Sedan, Modified Bike, Top Sportsman and QDRC SuperComp to the lanes? We need you now. Super Sedan, Modified Bike, Top Sportsman and QDRC SuperComp. You must be in the lanes.
And we'll be finishing off with Ryder Marsden, who I believe is still doing his licensing.
So Ryder Marsden's one of our C Junior Dragster competitors. Reaction time of 3:10. He runs a 3 for a 12.76 at 51 mile an hour. So we have Isabella Hunter just going through the junior dragster routine. So Isabella Hunter supported by Playful. Attacks a tree with a 039 red. Runs it through for an 8.39, 73 mile an hour. And we've got a couple of junior bikes just showing off what they can do.
So just make sure that Isabella's off the track safely before we send these boys down. The bikes don't have quite as long as a routine as the dragsters.
Yeah, so we got Jaden Badcock and Kai Badcock on track and on the Pro Cycle Dyno junior bikes.
Jane's just in ready to go, like, come on. Dad's out there with Kai helping him out.
Yeah, you just go straight into deep stage and leave him high and dry.
Jane's just like, hurry up, like, geez, I have to wait for you.
048 light for Kai Badcock, 198 for Jaden. Jaden had couldn't find a gear.
Looks like his foot slipped off and...
So Kai Badcock, 11.13 on an 11.18. Jaden Badcock runs it through for a 10.46 on a 9.48.
That'll be the end of the juniors categories. We should be moving into Super Sedan. So Super Sedan you're running now, Modified Bike, Top Sportsman and Super Comp. Can you guys be in the lanes please? So Modified Bike, Top Sportsman and Super Comp to the lanes.
Yeah, and if you're looking at forward at trying to get provide some sponsorship for some of the categories that you see on screen today in our live coverage, be sure to hit up the Willowbank head office and put forward a proposal.
Yeah.
There's a few categories there that are lacking sponsors at the moment.
Yeah, if you'd like to sponsor Outlaws, Comp Bike, Super Comp, Super Sedan, Modified Bike, if you any of those categories interest you, then jump on in to give them a go. Obviously, our meet today is Donnelly Blasting Services.
Wayne Hyde up against Bob Price.
Rob just waited.
Yeah, he didn't wait.
No. I want to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, have to wait for the lights, dude. Sorry.
So yeah, Wayne Hyde gets the win at 9:32 on a 9:25.
Unfortunately, Rob's impatience got to the best of him.
Yeah, whether it was a car fault or whether it was something getting hot.
Or just, I want to go.
Rob being Rob.
I just want to go. Don't make me wait. There you go. Mitchell Bauer in the rocket lane done at a 9:31. Adam White in the speed flow lane done at a 9:49.
Yeah, so these are just waiting on a couple of competitors. Just got a bit of a hold on track at the moment. So we got Adam White up against Mitchell Bauer.
Our fair lane's over in the far lane. I love saying that. Terry hates it, and I don't care.
Yeah, Adam White in the VL Commodore in beside him. Supported by JR Stevens.
As always for Mitchell Bauer, Fernwood Landscape.
Adam White picks the front left up with a 0:37 reaction time. Mitchell Bauer out with a 0:19. And Adam White in the VL Commodore gets the double breakout win, a 9:47 on a 9:49. Mitchell Bauer with a 9:28 on a 9:31. And a big burnout for Judy Pukas. And in beside her, Damien Morris in the Horsepower Development Monaro. Seem to have lost the Valiant with all the smoke that went past.
Damien's just going to take this by out with a 167.
Yeah, some problems with the Valiant on the start line, but Morris goes through for a 9:87 on a 9:88. So he got away with one there.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Judy will be able to fix that little error. That's a good thing about Chicago Shootout. Something goes wrong, you can fix it and come back around.
Okay, back on the microphone. How you going, Tiana? We're moving into round one of Super Sedan.
We're already in.
We're in. Oh, I've been given it midway through a bracket. Okay. So on track, we got Rudy Wide dialing at 9:57. So he's got 0.2 of a head start over Brendan Shaw, who's dialed in at 9:37. With that, Tirana for raw support. services. So Rudy White, third in the championship, won the opening event of this QDRC season. Oh, it's a red light here for Rudy White by 3/1000 of a second. Hands the automatic win to Brendan Shaw. Shaw was solid with an 0.52. He gets the freebie here to test out that dial and goes 9.33 on the 9.37, so it's a big breakout for Brendan Shaw. And Rudy White goes 9.58 on his 9.57. So Brendan Shaw gets a win here in round number 1 of Super Sedan. So I've just been sitting back, had a snack for lunch, and the racing's looked all right from what I've seen so far. And that brings a close to round 1 of Super Sedan. We're going to move now into round 1 of Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator. Have a look at the points for Modified. Lucas Holt's currently leading the championship. The reigning modified champion, just over Chris Reed by 5 points. Andrew Pinkstone's third, Brett Farnell fourth. Phil Bellett rounds out the top 5. All 5 of those races will be seen here in round 1 of racing. And first up, having a look at the screen, looks like might be Jason Vanderlyn down there in the black altered. I'm not sure who's in the other lane yet beside him. It's going to be Andy Driver.
So Vanderlyn done at a 7.78, Andy a 7.29.
Yeah, that's pretty much where Andy had the car in qualifying, was at 29. I think Vanderlyn was in the high 770s as well. So both these drivers have dialed in pretty much bang on what they did in qualifying, which is what I expect as well anyway for today, because the conditions haven't really changed. They've been fairly consistent, about an hour between passes for these cars.
Yeah, and Andy Driver, being one of the fastest cars, not always the situation, but is actually one of the more consistent cars as well.
Yeah, well, he went 29, 30, and 31 today, so 200 spread in qualifying, which is pretty good. Vanderlyn, though, this is a really good matchup because both these guys are sharp on the tree. I would expect, if I was racing Jason Vanderlyn, I'm expecting him to be 20 or better. Hoping he'd be slower, but I'd be expecting him to be 20 or better on the tree. And you'd be thinking the same for Andy Driver.
Yeah.
So if you're in the lane beside Andy Driver, like, well, Andy's a good driver. He's going to be 20 or better.
Yeah, knows how to cut a tree.
Well, one of them was 20 or better. It was Vanderlyn. He was 0.15. Driver was 0.41. But it looks like Driver's up beside him on the finish line. It's going to be Driver goes around him. Vanderlyn backed off, which allowed Driver to get back past him with a 7.31 on his 7.29 for the win by 0.03 of a second. Vanderlyn went 7.86 on his 7.78. It looks like he's backed off, which has allowed Driver to get back past him. Vanderlyn had the whole shot 0.15 to the 41. But yeah, that's unlucky there. Andy Driver gets a win here in round 1. Next pairing up here in Modified is 2 of these drivers in the championship. It's Phil Bellett, 5th in the championship, dialing at a 7.72 on the white dragster. In beside him will be Andrew Pinkstone, 3rd in the championship in Pinky Store. He's dialing at a 7.58. So 0.14 of a second head start for Phil Bellett.
Yeah, just going to jump in quick and call testing Modified Bike, Supercharged Outlaws, Top Sportsman, SuperComp and Comp Bike. So testing, Modified Bike, Supercharged Outlaws, Top Sportsman, SuperComp and Comp Bike. Can you please be in the lanes, please?
So this is when you talk about consistency throughout an entire season. Andrew Pinkstone has won 2 out of 3 races at all 3 events so far in Modified. He's got 17 points at all 3 events.
Yep.
Finds himself 3rd in the championship in the hunt, but this time it's going to be an automatic win to Phil Bellett. Bellett goes 0.04, shut the door on the reaction times there. Pinkstone goes red, Bellett goes 7.78 on his 7.72. Pinkstone was closer to the dial on the 7.59, but wasted it with that 0.16 red. So there we go. Bellett gets a win in round 1 over someone else in the championship hunt here in Modified.
Okay, I can see Farnell over in the rocket lane over there, and it looks like Porter over here in the speed flow lane. Dave will be dialed in at a 7:57. Brett with an 8:23. You know what, Mark?
Yeah, Brett. Yeah.
I think the silver car's going to win.
Look at you go with the dad jokes. You're not a dad yet, so you can't do that just yet.
I don't think I'm ever going to be a dad. There's no yet in that.
8 weeks, you'll be allowed to make the dad jokes. So, anyways, on track. Yeah, Brett Farnell has dollar 8.23 in this front engine dragster, 4th in the modified championship at the moment. So Andrew Pinkstone just in front of him. Well, they will tie actually. He's tied 3rd with Pinkstone. So if he gets a win here, he actually jumps Pinkstone in the championship to outright 3rd. Porter, on the other hand, he's dialing a 7.57 in the rear engine dragster. He's been very sharp today. This is another really good matchup. Both drivers have been sharp. Both drivers have been very consistent. .028 for Brett Farnell gets him an advantage by 1/10.5 because Porter went 177 across the finish line. Shoots out early for Farnell, gets to win 8.27 on his 8.23. Porter goes 7.69 on his 7.57. How's this for a matchup here in round 1? 1 and 2 in the points. Chris Reed, Lucas Holtz. 1 and 2 in the points. Matching up in round 1 of Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator. Lucas Holtz, current championship leader, 919 dial in. Chris Reed in the rows. He's dialing 8.40 seconds for CR Engineering. So Chris Reed, Lucas Holtz. Lucas Holtz has got a 5-point advantage over Chris Reed in the championship. You can only pick up 3 points in a win. So if Reed gets a win, he'll close that gap up. Oh, Reed's gone through. Automatic win for Lucas Holtz. That's unlucky. It looks like the start line control obviously wasn't engaged or something there for Chris Reed. He's just rolled through the beams as he went to get up on the trans brake, or it might have failed. So Holtz goes through for a 9.23 on his 9.19 for the win. And unfortunately, yeah, issues for Reed with the trans brake. All button there because he just went straight through as he went to get up on the trans brake.
Yeah, that should leave Peter Ilsley to have the bye.
Yeah, he was our number 1 qualifier.
Yep.
For Peter. He was really impressive, actually, in qualifying. All 840s out of the altered. His lights were really good as well on all 3 qualifiers. So well-deserved here for the solo pass in round 1 of Knijff Earthmoving Modified.
So you reckon he's going to be the one to look out for today?
He's impressed me so far today, but I'm also a big proponent of there's no pressure in qualifying. So, it doesn't... it's good to do all the good stuff in qualifying, but I want to see you do that in racing as well.
Definitely, yeah.
There's a bit more pressure. So that's definitely not what we've seen in qualifying from him.
No.
So I'm wondering if he was just taking a bit of a cruise, being on a solo pass, and hopefully there's no issues with the altered.
I would say he'd be taking it easy, but that was not easy on that car.
Yeah, 13-second pass there for Peter. And we'll see him back out in round number 2 for Knijff Earthmoving Modified as we move in now into round 1 of Modified Bike.
It looks like it might be Bobby Schluter over here in the rocket lane from what I can see on the big screen. And it looks like it should be Clarkin or... yeah.
Yeah, now when we're talking the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships here in Modified Bike, Brian Alvizio has got a huge lead on the championship, and the next 2 competitors below him have not appeared here this weekend. Bobby Schluter out with a 2.13. Clarkin gets out with an 0.78, so a 10th and a bit advantage to Jason Clarkin on the Hayabusa, chasing down Bobby Schluter. Schluter's dialing an 11.04. Win light will go to Clarkin, a 9.55 on his 9.35. Schluter a little bit off the dial and an 11.30 on that 11.04. Yeah, just look at Clarkin was one of those riders. So he is currently 5th in the championship. So he needs... So pretty much anyone below Brian, they're all helping Brian has an off day. They
Yeah.
pretty much need him to not win any rounds of racing just to gain something on him.
Yeah,
Alex Redmond now on track to take on Mark Ashworth. Redmond on the Suzuki, dialing a 975. Ashworth on the GSX, dialing in a 906.
Yeah, Alex out there at 275. Mark with a 112. So Mark's got the advantage on the tree here. And he will convert to a win with a 916 on a 906. Alex finishing off with a 995 on a 975. Just a little bit off for Redmond there.
Yeah, I've noticed that in the first couple of us, the bikes have been a little bit off so far, but here we go. Brian Alvizio, championship leader. Champion. He is the champ. Taking on Scott Much. So there's only 700s between the two bikes dial-ins. Much is the quicker of the two. He's dialing 894. The champ is dialing 901. Whole shot goes to Scott Much. He's got 500s advantage over Avizio's 078. The win light will go to Brian Alvizio though, 906 on his 901, safe for the win. And Scott Much goes 909 on his 894. So Scott did what he needed to do on the start line, but couldn't bring it all together at the finish line. Brian Alvizio gets a win here in round one.
Yeah, he's doing another call testing at Supercharged Outlaws, Top Sportsman, SuperComp Bike in Nubian Lanes. Also Super Street and Real Street. Can you start heading around, please? Okay, so we just got a little bit of a hold up on the start line.
Yeah, we got Tammy Goldthorpe on the track. She's dialing in at 889, taking on Jason White, who's dialing in at 1068. So it's almost a 2-second head start for Jason White on the Hayabusa. So we can see Tammy's already in pre-stage. It's a red light here for Jason White. Hands the automatic win to Tammy Goldthorpe. So both riders out the finish line here. 10.65 for Jason White, and Tammy Goldthorpe goes a 9.21, 125 mile an hour.
Well, Tammy will be happy with that, being that the two races above her aren't here today.
Yeah, well, that with them not being here, she will go to second in the championship, no matter what happens here today.
Yeah.
I don't. There's not enough points on offer to overtake Brian Alvizio. So they're actually, 27 points behind Alvizio at the moment. So the maximum points you can gain on a rider that's at the event is 14. So if they lost every round of racing and you won every round, so the most you can gain on someone is 14 points on a single day. So he's already got a 27-point lead. So he would need to lose every single race today, every single race at the next event, and you need to win both events to go past him by 1 point. Just to put in perspective of the advantage he's got at the moment for Alvizio on the riders that are here today. As we move now into round one of Top Sportsman, brought to us by Horsepower Solutions.
Yeah, starting off with Danny Lake in the Speedway lane, done at a 793. Coming back now. Kayleen, smaller burnout as usual. Done at a 830 in the Rocket lane.
Yeah, the LC Tirana for Repco West Ipswich. About to move forward for Kayleen Gurley. She's got the head start. Denny Lake very consistent in the 790s today. You probably give Denny Lake the advantage at the moment just on when you're talking the consistency that we saw in qualifying. But we know Kayleen, the lights that she cut in qualifying, she went that 00 straight off the trailer.
Kayleen Gilly's got the advantage by 100th of a second. 0.18 to an 0.28 over Denny Lake. And then the win line, the win line will go to Denny Lake. A 7.95 on his 7.93. Closer to the dial and got him back by Kayleen Gurley. Went 8.35 on the 8.30. 200ths of a second win margin there for Denny Lake. And that's what I was thinking. I was like, Denny was really consistent qualifying. So that's why I was like, at the other end, that's going to be the challenge. And Kayleen did everything right on the start line. It was just that dial-in.
Yeah.
Next up, Tony Wyatt to take on Paul DeBlane. Now, DeBlane wasn't out here in Q3. I wonder if that was a planned thing or if they had something they need to worry about. But they're here in round 1, $8.57 dial-in for Paul DeBlane. Tony Wyatt, his dial is $7.87. Now, Wyatt didn't run Q3 either, actually.
No, I didn't.
He was there and then towed out. So 0.7 of a second head start for Paul DeBlane. As our old friend Kerry would say, that's 2 lights on the tree. And White's gone nowhere here. DeBlane gets up with an 016 light, so I'm guessing there were issues with White's car in that Q3 is why he pushed through. There's issues here again, and DeBlane goes... I tell you what, DeBlane almost gave that race back to White. He went 8.57 on an 8.57 to get the win. That's an 18 thousandths package there for Paul DeBlane in round 1. That's a great pass. I'll take a photo of that one for the commentary page, but he almost gave it back. 2 thou off breaking out there for Paul DeBlane. As we see Tony White getting pushed off the track, so DeBlane gets a win here in round 1. Let's have a look at the Top Sportsman Championship.
What's on the track? Half track.
Actually, it looks like there's something on the track just before the first speed marker for the 8th mile in the right lane, the rocket lane. Just from our vantage point, it looks like there's something on the track up here in the middle of the track. Just before the, yeah.
Is it a dead bird?
So we're just getting the stuff off the racing surface. And we're back underway with racing here in Top Sportsman very, very shortly.
Okay, we're back into it now. Round 1, Top Sportsman, brought to us by Horsepower Solutions. On track, we got Dave Goldie to take on Patrick Barron.
How many times have we seen this lineup, Mark?
It's been a few. It's been a few.
Oh, just a couple.
And it's one of those races which I've mentioned today that if these guys race each other 10 times, it'd be just split even 50-50.
Yeah.
5 wins apiece.
It's like, okay, who won last time? And we'll just swap it.
But in saying that, Dave has actually been a little bit off today. Like, just when I'm talking the car, it's been a bit inconsistent. Not something we normally see from Goldie. Well, Barron, we know, he's been fine today. But that's the only blemish I can think of today with both cars. Pole shot goes to Goldie, 033 to a 72 from Barron. And the win light will be Goldie, 757 on his 753. Barron was closer to the dial and he went 866 on his 866, but the reaction time advantage to Goldie was enough to get the win by 0.07 of a second for Dave Goldie. So Patrick Barron, 866 on an 866.
And you
Not
were
enough.
saying Goldie was having issues.
Well, he got the reaction time advantage, but he was still a bit off the dial. He was 400ths over.
Yeah.
Which you don't want to be in Top Sportsman as 400s, but when you get 400ths advantage on the start line, well, that's okay. He would have rolled off the throttle too. He might actually know it was that tight. He probably didn't actually. 178 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Now that brings a close to Top Sportsman, moving into round 1 of SuperComp. And championship leader Josh Schluter on track first. Looks like he's got a solo pass here. And being that it's SuperComp, I can't see Josh Schluter taking it out the back door. I can see him doing a launch and then probably shutting off at around 1,000 foot, or maybe even sooner. So Josh Schluter, solo pass, round 1, SuperComp. In this Cavalier for 477 Garage. Wheels up, out strong, and buttons it off just before 330 foot there for Josh Schluter. That's what I expected anyway. I didn't expect him to do any sort of full pass here on a solo run. There's no need to push these cars, especially on a bye run. And in a class like SuperComp. So he moves on through to round number 2 of SuperComp Eliminator. Next up, it'll be our number 1 qualifier, Dave Lee, who will also have a solo pass. Running in the HMS bracket, H Modified Street bracket. Running on an index of 9.91 seconds. The record of a 9:41 for the class. KPM Performance supporting Dave Lee. Putting a nice little program together by the looks of it. Number 1 qualifier, you've got to be happy with that. I expect something similar to what Schluter just did, just a launch. Is it full? It might be a full pass here for Dave Lee. It is. It goes well under
absolutely well under that record of a 941, goes 938 at 147 miles an hour. So he may have just reset his record. He's run 2 938s today now. It's one of those things in SuperComp. It's a double-edged sword. You know, you reset your record like, yes, that's awesome because I've just reset set a record, but then you've also made it harder for yourself at the next event. You've lost some of that advantage you've got. Next up, Raheem Tar, and it's going to be another solo pass here in round 1 of SuperComp. Basically, the way that the ladder works, the seeding works, is that in situations where you've only got 5 competitors, you want to have more cars in the semi-finals. So there's 2 or 3 solo passes, and we'll have 4 cars race off against each other in the semi-finals in the second round. So Tar gets a solo pass here because he was a number 3 qualifier. He goes through with a 9:56. Actually interesting is that Neil Murphy qualified this morning in his car, but he's not here in round 1. He's been taken off the qualifying chart as well. So I wonder if Neil had some issues after that pass this morning. Oh, he's an Outlaws. Sorry, he's an Outlaws. I'm getting my classes mixed up. Don't. We'll just rewind that. We're not live, are we? We're not live. Whoops. It happens. That was Joe Shembry. That was in SuperComp. That's where I'm getting it mixed up. The supercharged cars here. Yeah, Joe Shembry was in the testing portion of the entry list, but it's cool to see that he's gone into the SuperComp class. So he should be racing against Mark Sugars, which is what we see here on our screen. So it'll be Mark Sugars and Joe Shembry in our final pairing of round 1 of SuperComp. They were 4th and 5th qualifiers respectively. Joe Shembry, well, was fired and looks like a lost fire. So they'll have to hook the starter motor back up to it. So they've just got to go through that starting procedure again once the starter motor is hooked back up. Prime it. You can see getting primed with the crew member just over the hat, squirting fuel inside. He's all good to go now. So Joe Shembry will take on Mark Sugars. So Shembry's probably got a bit of a longer burnout procedure and start line routine. So see Shembry go through, or attempt to do a burnout here. Mark Sugars will probably start up shortly. He'll have a shorter burnout. Because there's no need to have your car running, so you don't want it to get extra heat in it that doesn't need. So let these cars that have got a bit of a longer procedure go through their burnout, and then you start your car up and go through your shorter procedure. So Shembry for the Joe Blow Speed Shop. Backing up, here goes Mark Sugars now going through his burnout. Mark Sugars in the Falcon. Joe Shembry. So in qualifying, Sugars was 3/10 over his index with a 963 was his best ET. Very consistent, couple of 960s. Shembry only had the one pass, it was a 773. He was buttoned off early, so he would have been on, my best guesstimate, would have been a high 690, low 70 for Joe Shembry, depending on the top end charge that he would have had. It was most likely in the 690s, which out the back door. So he would have actually outqualified Sugars if it went out the back door based on his index of a 685. So we can see Sugar's already in pre-stage. Shembry moving forward. Shembry's in full stage. Wheels up for Sugars. Here comes Shembry. 2/10 advantage to Mark Sugars on the tree, but Joe Shembry's got the big top end charge. Mark Sugars has already got the win with a 959, 139 miles an hour. Shembry goes 794, 182 mile an hour. Mark Sugars gets a win. That's his quickest pass of the weekend so far as well. Hey, Joe Shembry sort of just laboured off the line a little bit there. It wasn't like it was in the earlier run today, where he went 773 with the shoots out early. Anyways, Mark Sugars gets the win, goes through to the semi-finals of SuperComp. Okay, now we're moving into round one of QDRC Outlaws. Our first, Shane Atkinson, he had issues in that final qualifying session. Looks like it's all sorted. And he'll be taking on Neil Murphy by the looks of it. It is to Neil Murphy. How's this for a dial-in? Listen to this with Neil Murphy. 5.99 seconds dial-in for Neil Murphy as he goes through that burnout procedure. Shane Atkinson in the Tirana is dialing in a 7:48, so 1.5 second head start for Neil Murphy.
Did you say Tirana?
Tirana? What do you think I said?
You just went to away from me still.
What?
You said Tirana.
Tirana? I don't know.
Cool.
Who knows?
It's an
Oh,
O, not
hey, I'm an Aussie. We'll just say how we like to say things. It doesn't
It's an
matter.
Aussie word.
So, Shane Atkinson moving forward in his Tirana. Neil Murphy in the Camaro. 5.99 seconds is his dial-in. You can see it on the window there. So 1.49 second head start for Shane Atkinson. Murphy, I could even see Murphy breaking out with that 5.99. Atkinson's very consistent in the 740s, but he did have issues in the last qualifier. Murphy has done a lot of racing with the full tree. He has campaigned a lot in SuperComp over the years. Murphy with a bit of shaky, red lit anyway. Atkinson with the automatic win and goes 7:55 on his 7:48 for the win. Murphy, well, it got out a lot stronger than what he went early this morning. It was 102 to the 60 foot, so he picked up a bunch there. It sounded stronger. It was a lot cleaner. Then he got shake, probably around 80 foot out, and had to button it off because it started going towards the wall there. But anyways, he went red on the start line anyway in that Camaro. Win light, Shane Atkinson in the Tirana.
You guys need a call for testing Real Street, Super Street, Junior Dragster and Super Sedan. Testing Real Street, Super Street, Junior Dragster and Super Sedan to the lanes, please.
Well, I was hoping for, I must admit, I was hoping for a little bit more. I was hoping for a 5-second run there from Murphy. So who we got next up? Next pairing in Supercharged Outlaws. Well, it's going to be Bill Fletcher to take on Gary Cameron. So it's almost a heads-up race between the Altered and the Dragster. Bill Fletcher's dialing a 686 in the Dragster. The Altered's dialing in a 682. Cameron only did the one pass in qualifying, and it was a 680, so it's on the money. He dialed right in where it ran. Fletcher went 680s as well. Well, we know Fletcher's good on the tree. You know he's going to be solid. He's going to be in the mid-O's. And you know the Dragster runs consistently in that 680 region. So if you're someone like Gary Cameron, you've got Bill Fletcher multiple times Outlaws champion here at Willowbank Raceway in the lane beside you, you're thinking that as a driver, oh no, Fletcher's parachutes have come out on the start line. You can see Bill Fletcher's parachutes at the back of the car have come out. You can see him waving. I wonder if he bumped the parachute lever himself or something else, but it looks like Gary Cameron will be on a solo pass.
Don't push the car back on the parachute, Dan.
So Gary Cameron will get the automatic win here. Good low though, 085, he went 687 on his 682 for the win, 190 miles an hour, and that's unfortunate for Bill Fletcher on the start line. I'm not sure if he's just bumped the parachute lever or button inside the car, or...
I'm going to say with him throwing his hands out like he did, I reckon he did bump it and he noticed it.
And he knew, yeah, it's possible, definitely possible.
I mean, at least he's got tall people on his team.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Bill Fletcher and the Styromax team. They're pushing the Dragster off the track. Having a look at the championship for Outlaws, Bill Fletcher's actually leading the championship as well. He won the opening Outlaw event of the season. This is only the second event this year for the Outlaws. So that gives an opportunity now for Josh Fletcher to leapfrog him in the points.
They're constantly playing leapfrog, so...
Yeah, Kelly Kidd's not here. She's third in the championship. Atkinson obviously had a win already in round one, so he's fourth.
Kelly's here.
Just no race cars.
The car's not here.
Yeah, the car's not here. Yeah, and you know what? It if you're a part of that team for Fletcher and that, it sucks having a loss like that, but from a commentary perspective and all that, it's good because it just really tightens the championship up and it makes it a little bit open, so it's good for us up here when we're talking about the championship there.
And like you go to modified bike and you're like, so you have like no chance of...
Exactly. So right here, right now, so Josh Fletcher obviously had a solo pass. They just wanted to stage it, accept the green. There's no... Don't have to worry about maintenance now. It's just put a bit of fuel back in it and be ready for round two of racing for the team. So it's just a good scenario for those guys. They don't have any work to do back in the pits and they'll be ready for the next round of QDRC Outlaws. So Tiana's going for a break. Joining back on the microphone will be Chris Osley. It's your second event back in the commentary box. You enjoying today, mate?
Yeah, cheers, Mark. Yeah, it's... a few meetings back, so it's always good just to see the old familiar faces from when I stopped before COVID and then come back. So
that's good. So yeah, we're in the we just finished up QDRC Outlaws round one of racing.
Yeah, I heard some of them out while I was walking just past the start or the burnout area. So yeah, it was good.
Yeah, we're going to move into round one of QDRC Comp Bike. Having a look at the field, we've got 8. There's a big field this weekend in Comp Bike. 8 bikes here. Number 1 qualifier was RV Notor. He went nearly half a second under the record for his class. P. Farnell was number 2 qualifier. Chris Collin was 3rd. Ken Collin, newly crowned national champion in Comp Bike, 4th. Finlayson in 5th. Carl Pacey was 6th. John Mangle 7th. Johnny Lewis running out the field of 8 bikes in 8th place.
Yeah, some great packages in that field as well, with some big mile an hour from some of the bikes. So.
Yeah, P. Farnell, huge mile an hour, 209 mile an hour that you just touched on. And we move into our first hearing. It's going to be number 1 and 8 qualifiers here on track. So on paper, you're going to say Arvine has got a huge advantage over Johnny Lewis at the moment. But we don't race on paper. But if Sportsbet had odds in this race, you'd probably put an Arvine at $1.10.
Be negative.
Yeah. He is a rookie, though, Arvine, so this is his first season.
It just shows how capable those BMW motorbikes are.
Well, and how was this? He won his first race as well. So Arvine now with an 0.55. Johnny Lewis has done the right thing. He's gone 0.14 in the tree. Arvine was pretty good, though, with an 0.55.
He's looking over his shoulder. He knows he's got it. Yep, and Arvine gets the win, a 9.86 and
wow.
9.51.
Arvine was on the brakes and almost gave it back to Johnny Lewis. 0.005 of a second win margin for Arvine.
Like that's
playing a game.
I saw him looking over his shoulder at the 660. Like he was, he definitely knew that he had it in the bag.
Yeah. But you don't usually close it up to 5,000. That's what I'm saying.
No.
Next up, number 2 qualifier, Pete Farnell for Blazecraft on that Hayabusa to take on John Mangle. So Mangle running in double C Comp Bike class. Farnell is in double A Comp Bike class. A record of a 7.57 for Farnell. A record of a 7.89 for Mangle. So Mangle will leave first. What's that? 0.3 of a second head start for Mangle.
And we all know he's got the Pete Farnell's got the mile an hour to chase this guy down in the deep
Well,
end.
the challenge for Pete is he's only got off the start line once out of his 3 passes. So that's the challenge for Pete. But Mangle's in the same boat. He hasn't got off cleanly today as well.
But even with the bad first 60 foot, he's 200 plus mile an hour.
Well, it's going to be an automatic win here for Pete Farnell. He goes through for a 7.87, 187 miles an hour. Mangle goes 7.89 at 177 mile an hour. So that was Mangle's quickest pass of the weekend, but unfortunately a red light there on the sideline. Farnell, I'm not sure if Farnell had some issues. It was just spinning in the change of gears.
Well, I think he already saw the wind light as well, so he sort of took it a bit easier. But you have a look at the 60 foot, identical 60 foots for both bikes.
Yeah, 136 on both sides. You're right there. They were neck and neck. Okay, next up, we've got Ken Collin on the A-altered bike to take on Dave Finlayson on the A Street bike.
Yeah, Finlayson, the Marshall Mountain Motors Suzuki Slabby, with up against Ken Collin on the Rascal Race Engines Hayabusa.
Yeah, QDRC record of an 8.91 for Finlayson, a 7.86 for Collin. So Finlayson will get just over a second head start. Oh, good light. 0.13 for Dave Finlayson. Collin goes 0.94, so 800's advantage to Dave Finlayson.
And the Slabby's out. He's gone.
He's got him. What a race. What a race here in Comp Bike in round 1. I'll have to take a photo of that for the comp page.
8.91 with a 9 on an 8.91 on that index, and QDRC record.
Incredible race. 0.009 of a second win margin for Finlayson. He got it on the whole shot. 0.13 to an 0.94 is what got him the win. Collin was under the record. Man, 7.79 and loses there for Collin. What a race.
Carl Pacey up next on the Marshall Mountain Motors Suzuki as well, up against Chris Collin on the Rascal Race Engines Hayabusa. So nearly identical race as the previous race.
Advantage Pacey, 0.76 to a 164. Horsepower advantage to Collins. He gets the win, goes 8.02 to a 9.07 from Pacey.
Yeah, dips under that record to get the win.
That he does, yeah. So he's gone under it as well. He rolled off of it, I think, slightly there across the finish line at only 160 mile an hour for Chris Collin.
Can I get Super Sedan Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes? Super Sedan Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes.
Okay. And it looks like we're going into a little bit of testing. So I think this is, was it Joanne Nichols? Was that the name? I can't remember. We should do the entry list just here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, Joanne Nicholson.
Nicholson, that's it, Joanne Nicholson. Eddie getting her license. Gets over 250 reaction time.
Sounds like she's going for the full pass. Runs it through 10:29, 132 mile an hour.
Yeah, been fairly consistent. Low 10-second zone today for Joanne. Hopefully we'll see Joanne at the next QDRC in one of the brackets. Maybe in Super Street or Super Sedan. And that, I think, will bring a close to the first round of racing for all of our brackets as we move now into round number 2 for Real Street on track. I can see the Tina's Candy Shop Jeep of Craig Collis to take on Tony Rogers in the BF for WPH Ultra Street Cars. Dial-ins. Let's talk of the dial-ins. Collis is dialing a 1340, Rogers an 1171.
Yeah, a bit of a chase there for Tony Rogers.
It's going to be an automatic win for Rogers.
Yeah, so Craig Collis red lights with a 034 red. Just gives the win to Tony Rogers in the WPH Ultra Street Cars BF Ute. With a double breakout win.
Big breakout, yeah. That's a big breakout by a tenth of a second by Rogers. He's 2 from 2 today so far.
Yeah, 1161 on 1171.
Definitely drop the dial in next round. Okay, on track, Paul Nielsen in the FG4 to take on Ian Nielsen, the VZ, the Holden. So the blue Holden moving forward, he's dialing 1195, so he'll leave first. The chase will be Paul Nielsen with an 1157, so just under 0.4 of a second head start for Ian Nielsen. So Ian had a win in round 1, and Paul had a loss. What do you think, the brothers? Father, son?
Yeah,
Not sure.
One of the combos, but a 020 light for Ian Nielsen's a great reaction time there. 088 for Paul Nielsen.
600's advantage to Ian Nielsen. He's on 1195 and gets the win. Goes 1195 on an 1195 with an 020 light. Great run for Ian Nielsen. The VZ gets a win here.
Yeah, Paul Nielsen 1154 on 1157. So a bit of a adjustment need to be made on that dial-in.
Yeah, you probably drop it to a 54 or 55 in round 3, you'd think. Okay. Oh, almost heads up for the Jeeps, the red Jeeps. Cooper Lay.
Who's who? Paulie Gingell or Cooper Lay? You could.
So Cooper Lay is over on the mound side of the racetrack. And if you're watching on the live stream, Paulie Gingell is closest to your monitor or screen. He's on the 1346. So he's doing the chasing. If you call it a chase, it's 200s difference. He could still leave the start line first if he gets the whole shot.
Yeah, nearly identical street cars. But red light for Cooper Lay.
Yeah. Cooper was he was a little bit too keen here in round number 2.
He's got the extra grip on those the spare tyres.
As we see, Gingell goes through for a 1373 on that 1346, and Cooper Lay just rolls through for a 20-second pass.
So we've got Amy Johnson up next, up against Dale Samuelson.
So Johnson had a win in round 1. So did... Oh, actually, I don't know what Tiana's done there. Is that a tick or a cross here that she's got? What do you reckon?
I'd say that's a tick.
You reckon it's a tick? All right. So I'm going to say that you had a win in round 1, Dale Samuelson. If you didn't, that's because that's Tiana's fault, looking at the notes.
Yeah, we don't take any responsibility with our scoring.
Yeah.
Amy Johnson in the red club sport on track. Dale Samuelson, the Better Call Kel Maintenance Holden Caprice.
So 0.14 of a second head start for Amy Johnson in the club sport. Reaction time, 064 Johnson, 086 for Samuelson, so 200's advantage goes to Amy Johnson. Both these drivers had a win in round 1 of racing. Who will go 2 from 2? It's going to be Amy Johnson goes 1275 on the 1272. Samuelson goes 1268 on the 1258, a little bit further off the dial, and so Johnson gets the win.
Matty Coates up next, up against Cody Lay.
Yeah, Cody Lay will leave first. He's dialed in at 12.44 seconds. Coates is dialed in at 12.18. So Coates had a win in round 1. Cody had a loss in round 1.
It's all about gathering those vital points for the championship.
Well, advantage Cody Lay by a tenth of a second. He's gone 124 on the tree to a 222 from Matt Coates in the wagon. They're side by side though, and the win line will go to the wagon because it's a breakout for Cody Lay. Goes too quick. A 12.43 breakout on his 12.44. Coates gets the win with a safe 12.24 on his 12.18.
Another call out for Super Sedan, Junior Dragster and Super Street. You need to be in the lane. Super Sedan, Junior Dragster and Super Street.
Jessica Saggers now in the club sport to take on Dean Merchant. So Saggers she raced juniors, she raced in modified, now she's racing in real street. It's a bit of a variety.
Yeah, it's always good when you can jump from category to category with various cars.
So Merchant's got the whole shot advantage, 061 to 139, but Saggers is way out in front, 12.07 dial in, and
she
breaks
breaks
out by a bunch, by half a second actually for Jess Saggers.
Should be wondering where she got that performance from.
Yeah, that's a big breakout, and 11.51 safe for Merchant for the win.
Probably blew the cat out.
Yeah, that's interesting because it was pretty consistent, I thought, in qualifying from Mary for Jess. Yeah. But yeah, well, you're going to have to drop the dial in next round. She got there first by nearly a full second as well.
Yeah, it's nuts. So, yeah, it looks like we've got Wayne Nipperis just waiting patiently. So, it's got the fair lane as well. Looks like Glasby. And it is Terry Glasby in the white Ford Fairlane in Speedflow lane up against Wayne Nipperis in the Custom Built Kitchens Camaro.
All right, so it's just way over 1.5 second head start for Terry Glasby.
Yeah, he dialed in a 12.07 to Wayne Nipperis's 10.44. .52 leave to a 0.98 for Wayne Nipperis.
So we're actually into round 2 of Super Street as well.
Yeah, brought to us by Prime Science Speed Elec.
And Wayne Nipperis gets a win, runs a 10.50 on his 10.44. Gillespie actually broke out by a bunch there, 11.95 on his 12.07.
So we got Tanisha Marshall up against Craig Layton. Marshall dialing in an 11.77 to Craig Layton's 11.70.
Yeah, almost heads up again, only 700s between the two. Layton didn't have a win in round 1. Marshall did.
So Marshall's in the RCE Performance Holden Kingswood on track. Layton in the silver Aussie Diff Statesman. Red light there for Tanisha Marshall. 4-8 red. 1-2-1 reaction for Craig Layton.
Yeah, automatic win for Layton. That'll be good because he is in the hunt for the championship.
And he gets the win with an 11.75 on 11.70 and 11.85 on an 11.77 for Marshall.
Yeah, Layton is currently 6th in the championship, but not too far behind the points leader. Only 14 points behind, so that's not too bad.
Travis Greaves up next in the XD Falcon up against Wade Moran in the blue Mustang. Wade Moran dialing in 11.56 to Travis Greaves 10.68.
So Greaves is another one. There's a big bunch of cars tied on 6th in the championship with 48 points. Greaves is one of those. Moran's a little bit further down.
0.36 light for Wade Moran. Travis Greaves with a 1.24 reaction time. I don't think the Falcon's got the legs. It isn't. 11.66 on 11.56 for Wade Moran for the win. Travis Greaves a 10.70 on a 10.68.
Another great race. Only 8 thousandths of a second win margin there for Moran. 0.008 he got the win by. Next up, Darren Peddington in the Capri to take on Carla Barrett. Peddington 5th in the championship. He had a win in round 1. Carla Barrett had a loss in round 1, so looking for the first win of the day in the Tirana. Oh, it's going to be tough when you've gone 0-1-3 to a 4.53. Barrett's got a bit of work to do if she wants to get back around Darren Piddington.
This would have to be a breakout to have that white Tirana get the win. And that doesn't occur. 11.19 on 11.05 for Darren Piddington for the win. Carla Barrett runs a 10.77 on a 10.84.
Next up, championship leader and prime science speed Elec Super Street, Sean Taskus.
Yeah,
on track.
Yeah, up against Angela Holtz.
So Holtz looking for her first win of the day. Taskus, championship leader, had a win in round 1. So there'll be a lot of drivers hoping that Angela Holtz gets a win here, gets her first win of the day in the Mad Dog Motorsport Monaro, and puts a stop to this Capri of Sean Taskus.
Yeah, it'd be a good story for after the drama she had earlier today in qualifying.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
.052 live for Sean Taskus, 1.7 for Holtz.
Yeah, Taskus 700s advantage in the Capri, championship leader. You don't want to be giving them that sort of advantage, and he gets the win, goes 11.09 on that 10.98. Save for the win. Holtz goes 11.18 on the 11.10.
Jennifer Ashen up next in the Aerospec Racing Products Commodore, dialing in an 11.12 to Troy Hutton's TH Tiling and Waterproofing Holden Ute. So Hutton will do the chasing on this occasion.
Yeah, Jenny had a win in round 1, dialing 11.12. Hutton looking for his first win of the day.
So it's just over a light difference.
Oh, look at that from Hutton. Goes dead on, 10.80 dead on with an 8 to get the win. Ashen was better on the tree, but a little bit off the dial and allows Hutton to get by. Runs a 10.808 on his 10.80.
So we've got Andrew King up next, Autobarn Hyperdome Ford Prefect, dialing in a 10.68 to Carl Grading's 11.28.
So both these drivers looking for their first win of the day here at the Queensland Drag Racing Championships.
Yeah, not much in it on the reaction times. 134 for King, 176 for Grading.
Hey.
King gets a win at 10.79 on a 10.68. Carl Grading at 11.35 on 11.28.
That's officially the closest race of the day so far. 0.003 of a win margin there for Andrew King, 0.003 of a second. Gets the win. Carl Grading looking for that first win of the day still.
Bud Kelly up next in the HQ Premier. He's dialed in a 10.66 to Samantha Yilton's 11.50.
So Yilton had a win in round 1, so did Bud Kelly. So one of these drivers is going to go 2 from 2. 134 for Yilton, 184 for Bud Kelly. 500s advantage to Samantha Yilton for the BL Race Engines Commodore. Dialing in at 11.50 across the finish line, gets the win, goes 11.53 and then 11.50. Bud Kelly was closer to the dial-in with a 10.67 on his 10.66, but that 500s advantage Yilton had on the reaction time got her the win.
So can I get modified bike and modified to the lanes, please? Modified bike, modified super sedan and junior drags. Do you need to be in the lanes?
Tom Ryan now looking for his first win in Super Street. Taking on Matt Francis. Francis in the panel van. He's on 10.77, which is Tuna Racing. Ryan's on 11.56, the Holden Ute.
Yeah, a bit of a chase here for Matt Francis.
Oh, red light for Tom Ryan by 0.006 of a second. Francis gets the automatic win.
Yeah, 147 reaction for Francis, a 006 red for Tom Ryan.
He was trying. That was tight.
Yeah, and Francis goes through for a 1082 on a 1077, so not far off there. an 11.62 on 11.56 there for Ryan.
And that brings a close, I think, to Prime Science Speed Elec Super Street, possibly.
Yeah, so we're looking like we're going into some SuperFloor Junior Dragster.
All right, let's have a look at the Junior Dragster Championship so far. We'll get the... here, let's go to Junior Dragster.
Yeah, we've still got Vance Pirano up on top of the list.
And he did not get a win in round one, so championship leader Pirano had a loss in round one. So the post pairing out would be Paige King and Chase Carslake. Carslake fourth in the championship. And let's have a look. Chase had a win in round one. Paige King also had a win in round one, so one of these drivers is going to go 2 from 2. Paige is a little bit further down in the championship. Definitely not out of the hunt though. Only 19 points behind our championship leader Vance Pirano. If you're within 15 points going into that last race of the season where it's elimination, you're in with a shot. Because there's a lot of points up for grabs at that final event, being elimination.
So we've got Paige King, B Junior Dragster with an 8.85 dialing. Chase Carslake in the A Junior dialing in an 8.29.
So Chase Carslake already in pre-stage. Page now, both junior drivers are in pre-stage. Oh, great light from Chase Carslake. 0.18 or 123, so he's got a full 10th advantage up his sleeve. You can hear the whomping there at the finish line, and Carslake goes 8.29 on an 8.29. That's another one for the commentary page, mate. I've got to get a photo of that one because that's a great lap there from Carslake. Gets a win over Paige King. Paige also did a great pass as well. But when you've got a 23 package beside you, it's always going to be tough to beat. 8.29 and 8.29 with an 0.18 light.
Nevaeh McDougall up next in the B Junior, dialing in an 8.64. Tyler Bellett in beside her with in the A Junior, dialing in at 7.92.
So 0.7 of a second head start pretty much for Nevaeh McDougall. Just going through that start line procedure. Happy with the way the junior's launching. The SVO Transport and Towing Junior Dragster dialing at 8.64 seconds. You can see Nevaeh now just being brought into stage. Tyler Bellett for TBRE Performance in the lane beside. Just waiting on Bellett now to go into full stage.
Oh, 02 light for Nevaeh McDougall.
002 gets the automatic win because Bellett went 009 red. Nevaeh McDougall 864 and an 864 with a 002 light for Nevaeh McDougall. The best pass of the day so far. It happens in Junior Drag, so that is a 10,000th of a second package right here in round 2 for Nevaeh McDougall.
Yeah, very hard to beat when you've done that. And Sophia Lode up next in the B Junior Dragster, dialing in an 860 with Vance Pirano dialing in an 864 beside her.
So championship leader Vance Pirano, he had a loss in round 1. So has opened the door up for the drivers behind him, Nixon Keneally, Dakota Bray, Chase Carslake, to chop away a little bit at that lead that he's got. Because he's gone 3 finals in a row, I think you'll find, Vance. He's going to win, runner-up, runner-up.
We'll just have to see how Sophia Lode will go with the...
win and 3. He didn't go through to the final, the second one, but he got 20 points, so he didn't make the final, but he had the 3 wins from 3 starts.
He had the count back. And
he missed out the final on the count back, yeah. You're just looking at the points now.
So that shows you just how vital that 3rd round is for that count back.
So he's got a tough job in front of him right now because Lode's got the advantage, 0.37 to a 1.66. And Lode is going to get the win, an 8.67 on 8.60, safe for the win. Ferrano goes 8.69 on the 8.64, so Vance Pirano, championship leaders, now 0 from 2 today so far. Who would have thought that? After he hadn't lost a race in the first 3 events up until that final, September one. So he won the first one. He went 3 from 3, didn't make the final, but he didn't lose any races, then went through to the final in September. And he's none from 2 today. Next up here in SuperFloor Junior Dragster, it's going to be Carl Schultz in the AA Junior Dragster, dialing at 765. Tamika Carslake, dialing in an 864.
Yeah, just around a second on that start line. There you go, 155 reaction for Carslake over 071 for Schultz. And Schultz gets the win there, a 766 on a 765 and an 863 red on an 864.
Yeah, broke out by 0.05 of a second there. Tamika Carslake. Carl Schultz gets a win here in round number 2. Next up, it's going to be Max Rowling to take on Lexi Lancaster.
Yeah, another one of these AA Junior Dragsters dialing that 770. Lexi Lancaster with an 863.
Now, I think Lexi had a win in round 1. How did Max Rowling go in round 1? So both these drivers had a win in round 1. Max Rowling running in that new AA Junior Dragster class, dialing in a 770. So almost a second head start.
See the crew just last minute checks.
It's going to be an automatic win for Lexi because Rowling has gone red on the tree. It sounded like he had some issues actually on the hit of the throttle as well. It was missing a bit. And Lexi goes through, runs an 863 on an 863. How you doing right there? Dead on the dial, an 863 on an 863.
Yeah, the only thing to sharpen up is on the tree.
Yeah. So I think Lexi goes 2 from 2.
Up next, we got Jacob Schultz in the A Civil Junior Dragster, dialing in an 863. Amelia Wright in beside Jacob in the Illicit Auto Electrical Junior Dragster, dialing in a 793.
So, Jacob Schultz for A Civil. 0.7 of a second head start for Jacob. So Junior Dragster is such a tight field at the moment. When you look at the championship points, there's really not much between the top 10 or 12 there as I look at the ladder.
And with a 22 car field as well, you're going to have that strong competition in there.
Yeah, 052 light for Schultz, 146 for Wright. The win light will go to Schultz with an 864 on that 863, safe for the win. Amelia Wright goes 792 on the 793. A breakout pass. They're trying to catch up to Schultz.
Yeah, by 4 thousandths of a second.
Yep. Next up, Nixon Canurley now to take on Nixon King, as Tiana would say. I think Nixon's going to win this race.
Yeah, currently sitting second in the championship at the moment with points. So any inroads he can do now is going to help him against Vance Pirano.
Yeah, well, if he had a win in round 1, you say you can gain 3 points for every win you get over someone that gets lost, because they get lost points. They get 2 points for a loss, and you get 5 points for a win. So you can only gain 3 points per round of racing on your competitors. So if he had a win in round 1, if he gets a win here, then he would gain 6 points on Vance Pirano, which still would put him 2 points behind him at this stage. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Dial in, 766 for Canurley, 805 for Nixon King.
Waiting on Nixon to go into full stage.
Whole shot, Nixon King, 039. Canurley goes 096. And King will get the win, goes 807 on his 805, safe for the win. Nixon Canurley goes closer to the dial, but the whole shot for Nixon King gets him the win. 766 on a 766 for Nixon Canurley. But Nixon King will get the win by 300ths of a second.
Jasmine Kidd up next, dialing in an 860 to Neela Paul's 819. Jasmine Kidd in the speed flow lane in the Bobcat service. Junior Dragster, Neela Paul on the in the rocket lane in the JD Race Cars Junior. Red light there for Jasmine Kidd. 137 for Neela Paul.
And Neela Paul gets the automatic win here. 819. How many people are banging their dial-ins today? 819 and 819. For Neela Paul gets the win. Jasmine Kidd goes 863 at 74 miles an hour, but that red light, unfortunate. They're handing the win to Neela Paul. Next pairing out in SuperFloor Junior Dragster. It will be Dakota Bray, currently came into this event third in the championship, taking on Cody Sedmak. So Dakota for Smith Transport dialing in a 798. Cody Sedmak for JTS Racing dialing at 8.75 seconds.
Yeah, so
Cody obviously racing for his pop this weekend. Our thoughts go out to all the family here today.
Dakota Bray will do the chasing. Red light there for Cody Sedmak.
Oh, so close. 004 red there for Sedmak. And a 118 for Dakota Bray. And Dakota goes through for a 797 at 81 miles an hour. And Sedmak went way quick. 835 on his 875. So he did everything. Red light and breakout.
May as well test everything. We got Alex Kidd up next in the A Junior, dialing in an 839 up against Cody Robertson in the C Junior with an 1195 dial in.
We haven't seen too many of the CJDs today, so this is a bit of a head start for Robertson. Just over 3 seconds head start for Cody. Good light, 158, that's solid.
141 there for Alex Kidd.
So Kidd with the advantage. Only just, he's dialing 839, Alex Kidd. And the win light will go to Cody Robertson because Alex Kidd has broken, outgone 836 too quick on his 839. And Cody Robertson getting the win, 1196 on the 1195, safe for the win. That's, I would say that is an upset there in round 2 of Junior Dragster.
Yeah, for sure, and it's good to see the C Junior coming away with the win.
Well, there's really no other sport in the world where an 8-year-old can take on a 16-year-old in a competitive sport.
Yeah.
When you think about what other sport in the world can you do that?
Yeah, I can't recall of any.
Yeah, that's right. That's the good thing about drag racing is that if you understand what you need to do on the start line, because it's not a physical sport, it's not about your physicality or anything like that. It's just about numbers, really. At the end of the day, it's just numbers. Are my numbers better than your numbers?
Yep.
And that's your reaction time, that's your ET, that's your dial-in.
Yeah, so on track we've got Ryder Marsden, another of the C Juniors that's going through all the rigmarole of learning his craft. So a 172 reaction there for Ryder Marsden.
It's one of those things, if you've got a kid that might be not putting their full attention into maths at school, you get into drag racing, suddenly everything is numbers. Well, it's true. You think about it, everything you do has a number behind it, whether it's looking at weather conditions, whether it's looking at your times, your dial-ins, everything like that. Everything. Right down to what you do in the engine, dialing stuff in and changing whatever parts you want to do, clutch weights or whatever.
Tolerances.
It's all, it's all numbers. tire pressures. And so suddenly you need to know your maths.
And very quickly.
And, you know, it's even like thinking about reaction time advantages and your dial-ins and trying to close up races, because it's all numbers yet again. All right, on track, we've got Isabella Hunter, the Playful Junior Dragster.
At 8:38 on board, and see how quick she goes.
8:41 at 75 mile an hour.
It looks like we got our little junior bikes.
Yeah, just an exhibition bracket this weekend for the junior bikes.
Yeah, it's good to see the Badcocks out there on them, and they've got their 1090 dial in to a 948 for Jaden Badcock.
Yeah, so 1.5 second head start here for Kai. I've never ridden a bike on the racetrack. That's one thing I haven't done. I've had a few bike riders over the years like say, you need to come out and have a race with us, you know. Bit of real racing where you got to change gears and get a bike off the start line with clutch and all that, you know, because there's a real art and craft to it.
Yeah, 428 reaction to a 481.
600's advantage to Kai, and he will get the win as well. Goes 11:08 on that 1090 dial, and Jaden goes a 981 on the 948. So Kai gets the win here in this round of racing. So it looks like we might give the track a quick rub before we get into our next category, which, going by our schedule, will be Super Sedan. So we'll be back very shortly with round number 2 of Super Sedan.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be and you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. 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 Just let yourself go. Let yourself go.
I'll get a quick call out there for QDRC SuperComp Top Sportsman to the lanes. Modified bike, modified and Super Sedan, you need to be in the lanes.
Super Sedan's on track, mate.
Yeah, so if you're not
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
unless
lanes,
this is
you're
testing.
gone.
I'm not too sure. Let's have a look. Is he? Oh, he's got a dial in, so it's Hamish. Stretching on the start line. He's dialing at 970. Is he a solo pass? He must be. He's gone in.
Good reaction time.
A little
there
bit of
too.
spin, though, on the hit.
Yeah, 014 reaction, so. Run to 985, 140.5 mile an hour. See Rob Price up against Damien Morris. Rob Price with a 954 that he's going up against with that QDRC record.
So we're back to the dial-ins for Super Sedan.
Is it dial?
Yeah, dial-ins.
954 to a 905.
Yeah, so half a second head start for Rob Price in the Tirana. He's in full stage, so Morris is not happy about something. So his Dolan's a 985. So it's got, there we go, now it's been changed for him, so he'll be right now. And that's one of the things. So it's actually on the onus of the drivers to check that their Dolan is correct. So that's the drivers, if they see that the Dolan's not correct on the scoreboards at the end of the finish line, well, then they stop and let the staff know. But if you go into stage and your Dolan is incorrect, well, that is on you. So that's unfortunate. But it's one of those things. If you do it once, you never do it again.
That's it. Morris out with an 018 to an 0.5 price. Advantage Monaro.
The Tirana's right beside him, though. But Morris will get the win, goes 988 on his 985. Price goes 958 on the 954, so Morris gets a win here in round 2 for the Horsepower Solutions. Not Top Sportsman, sorry, Super Sedan Marine. Judy Pukas now, I don't know, did Judy run in round 1, Tiana? She got pushed back, so she didn't run in round 1, taking on Rudy Wyatt.
Yeah, she had the big burnout and then had something go wrong. 015 light for Rudy Wyatt. No catching Rudy Wyatt there with a 958 on a 957 and a 995 on a 950 for Judy. So we got Wayne Height in the Boss Hoses Toyota. The dial in of 927 to Mitchell Bowers, Fernwood Landscape Fairlane, dialing in at 928.
So Mitchell Bauer, championship leader here in Super Sedan. I'm going to ask Tiana, did Mitchell get a win in round 1? He didn't, so that means Morris would have. So did Morris get a win in round 1? So Morris has gone 2 from 2, so he would have actually leapfrogged Bauer in the championship live points at the moment, unofficially. So Bauer did come into the event championship leader, but a loss in round 1 may have moved him down the picking order.
Need top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes.
Whole shot, Bauer, 061. Height goes 225. You can't do that against someone like Mitchell Bauer. He is an experienced driver, gets the win, goes 933 on his 928, safe for the win, and Height breaks out with a 926 on his 927.
Adam White, the VL Commodore, dialing in a 945 to Brendan Shaw's 933. Shaw in that Raw Support Services Tirana. Adam White, the JR Stevens VL Commodore.
Yeah, not much in it, only, what's that, 12 hundredths of a second head start for Adam White in the VL.
Wouldn't even see that on the tree. And a red light there for Brendan Shaw to the right. 065 to the VL Commodore, and he gets the win a 953 on a 945, and Brendan Shaw runs it through for a 941 on a 933.
Yeah, Adam White getting the win there. A little bit off the dial, 800s over. Probably tighten that up in round number 3, because you don't want to be 800s over your dial when you're going for that close dial in and potential final spot. As we look, so was that a close to Super Sedan? We might be now moving into, what do we got next, Chris? It might be Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator.
Sure is, and we've got, you can see on the screen, you've got the cloud cover has disappeared, basically.
Now, I think that conditions right now would be pretty much identical to what they had in the last round of racing. So I wouldn't expect the cars to sway much from what they ran in round 1.
You've got a bit more of a tailwind.
Possibly. Yeah, it does look like the trees are moving a little bit from up here. How are the flags going? They're usually a good indicator if the flags are up.
Vicky's Toy up first. It's Andrew Pinkstone, the dial in 758. Vicky Driver, the AK Site Services Dragster.
So I'm pretty sure both these drivers had a win in round 1. Is that right, T? Who didn't? Oh, so Andy had a win in round 1. Pinkstone didn't.
currently in third. I need QDRC SuperComp, Top Sportsman, Supercharged Outlaws and Mod Bike to the lanes. SuperComp, Sportsman, Supercharged Outlaws and Mod Bike to the lanes.
This is another really good race. Yeah, Andy Driver. I know he had a tough first round matchup as well. 7:30 dialing. He'd do the chasing.
Both have been around for ages, racing Knijff Earthmoving Modified. 052 from Peakstone.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to come back for that for Andy Driver. And it's a breakout for Andy. Andrew Pinkstone gets the win, 762 on his 758. Andy Driver goes 729 on that 730 breaking out. He got there first, but unfortunately broke out. So Andrew Pinkstone gets a win here in round number 2 for Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator.
So here we got one of the shortest cars here. We got Peter Ilsley in the little blue T-bucket.
Well, he had a win in round 1 because he had the solo pass. Chris Reed did not get a win in round 1 because he had Lucas Holtz.
And had
From
some
him.
issues.
Yeah,
as
he had
well.
issues because he went through the stage lights here just as he went to go up, so the trans brake might have failed on him in that first round.
038 like the Reed. See a little T-bucket moving around in the front end, but Chris Reed will get the win in 8:44 at 155 mile an hour on that 8:41. Ilsley runs it through for an 8:93 on an 8:44.
Yeah, he's starting to move around a little bit, Peter Ilsley there in the altered. Next up, Lucas Holtz to take on Dave Porter. So we've seen Dave Porter go through his burnout. He's about to back up. So Dave Porter's going to dial in at 7.60 seconds. And now Lucas Holtz in his altered, he's got a short, sharp burnout, so he'll go through the burnout procedure just as Porter backs up here. Now this is a big head start for Lucas Holtz. He's got a 1.6 seconds head start. So the biggest challenge for Porter is how long he's going to be there on the start line waiting before he lets go of that button. Because you'll hear Lucas Holtz get up on the trans brake, launch, and then your lights will come down. And you can't be distracted. You need to be focused, especially when you're talking thousandths of a second in a class like Modified, where you've got those delay boxes, trying to fine-tune your reaction times. No hesitation. You can't hesitate.
Yeah, especially when the other car's going past the back of the Christmas tree, just as you're about to release the button.
Not much in it, 15 thousandths advantage to Lucas Holtz, 0.39 to an 0.54. And the win light will go to Holtz, 9.20 on a 9.20. That is how you do it. Porter goes 7.59, breaking out on his 7.60. Holtz actually got to the finish line first anyway, but 9.20 on a 9.20 with a 39 reaction time. Lucas Holtz goes 2 from 2. Next up, Modified, we have got Jason Vanderlyn in the altered to take on Brett Farnell in the front engine dragster.
Yeah, Farnell dialing in at 8:23 in the front engine dragster. Jason Vanderlyn to 7:78. We need QDRC SuperComp and Supercharged Outlaws to the lanes. QDRC SuperComp and Outlaws. And QDRC Comp Bike and testing vehicles. QDRC Comp Bike and testing vehicles. The reaction times there for both drivers. White for Brett Farnell, 017 for Vanderlyn.
It's going to come down to the dial-ins. Who knows the car better? It's going to be Brett Farnell, 9.23 on a 9.23. That is going in the... Oh yeah, 8.23 on the 8.23. Great pass there. Thanks, Chris. So that's a 21 package there for Brett Farnell getting the win. Vanderlyn was great. 17 on the tree, goes 7.80 on a 7.78, but gets a loss here in round 2. That was just a good old-fashioned drag race right there.
Yeah, good to see the front engine drags is showing the way. Phil Bellett up next in the TBRE Performance Dragster with a dial-in of 7.76.
So he's got the freebie. Now, Tiana, did Phil get a win in round 1? He did. So Phil will go 2 from 2. That's a good start to the event for Phil Bellett. This freebie. So do you take it out the back door? You just hit a light and roll off it? What do you want to do? What would you do, Chris?
Oh, you'd have a full crack at it, wouldn't you? Till about the 1,000-foot mark.
Get all the increments. And well, that's it. Well, the car's not going to change. If everything's happy at 1,000 foot, you can back off. Don't have to worry about shoots then. Just do some pressures, tire pressures back in the pits and a bit of fuel. 007 on the tree.
112 to the 60, 315 to the 330, and runs it through for a 772 and a 776. So
bit of a breakout, 400s.
Might go back and reevaluate his dial in, but
definitely, I'd say he'd be dropping it to at least to a 72. And that brings a close to Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator, round number 2, done and dusted.
So it might be that tailwind that's slightly helping some of the cars or not helping in some regards.
Maybe. But what are we going into next, mate, after...
We're going into some modified bike, by the looks
Modified bike, round number 2.
So it's basically Brian Alvicio out in charge at the moment with the points. And we have Alex Redmond on track up first, up against Jason Clarkin. And Redmond there dialing in a 985 to a 935 from Clarkin. Jason Clarkin on in the rocket lane on the Hayabusa, Redmond on the GSXR. Clarkin at 0.63, Redmond with a 4.46. So Clarkin's going to grab this one, 9.57, 129 mile an hour, and Redmond with a 9.98 on a 9.85.
Yeah, next up in a modified bike, we have got Scott Much on the purple Suzuki for Pro Cycle Dyno, dialing in an 894. Take on Mark Ashworth for Al's Garage. He's on a 906.
Yeah, not much in it on the start line. Light to 151. Yeah, 906 on a 906 with that 0.96 reaction time and an 8.98 on an 8.94 for Scott Much.
A great ride from Mark Ashworth. Next up is the man of the hour, the champ, Brian Alvizio, 901 dial-in, Jason White, 1068. It's just a matter who can stop Brian Alvizio.
Jason's done it before. Well, bogged down on him. 0.52 for Jason White, but it's just bogged down after that reaction time. And then Alvizio through for the win, a 914 and a 901. Unfortunately, Jason White having issues on the start line, 17.83 on a 10.68.
Yeah, I wonder if Brian actually saw that, because his reaction time was a little bit off for what we normally see for Brian Alvizio.
Oh, he would have heard it.
Next up, we have got
Bobby Schluter up against Tammy Goldthorpe. So Bobby Schluter with an 11.14 dial in, 8.89 for Tammy Goldthorpe. .342 reaction to an 0.14 from Tammy.
You don't want to be doing that sort of reaction time against someone like Tammy Goldthorpe. And Goldthorpe gets the win, goes 9.10 on that 8.89. Bobby Schluter was closer to the dial-in with an 11.21 on her 11.14, but the reaction time, that's where the advantage was for Tammy Goldthorpe.
Mr. 000.
Tell you what, he did 2 of them in qualifying.
So it looks like we're going into some top sportsmen. Because I can see Kayleen Gawley there, and top sportsman brought to us by Horsepower Solutions.
Yeah, I got it right this time. I gave him a bit of free coverage in Super Sedan for Horsepower Solutions. So on track, Paul DeBlaine moving forward in the Ford Ute to take on Kayleen Gawley.
Yeah, so an 8.56 to an 8.30 from Kayleen Gawley. Geez, they made some nice cars in the early 70s.
They did. Hey, I don't mind the Ford Ute either.
Yeah.
And that's good. A newer car. I just like cars.
Yeah.
Oh, 007, a light from heaven there for Paul DeBlaine. He's got the huge advantage over Kayleen Gurley's 2.27 reaction time. The Ford Ute gets the win, 8.60 on the 8.56. Gurley goes an 8.38 on the 8.30 in the Tirana. Not enough today here in round 2 of Top Sportsman. Paul DeBlaine gets a win here. Championship leader. So he's been in 2 finals this season, Paul DeBlaine. 2 out of the 3 finals so far. And it's a little bit of a handy lead over Patrick Barron. Well, any lead is good. Any lead is good going into that final event.
Yeah, an 8-point advantage is always, it's just a couple of rounds of racing.
Yep.
Looks like the old cutlass of Dave Gawley and Danny Lake, another cutlass in beside him. Danny Lake going at 7.93 or 7.54 from Dave Goldie.
It's a tough one, this one. I was just thinking about it and what's happened so far today. Lake has been super consistent. I would give the consistency to Lake, but Goldie has been sharp on the tree. It's an interesting race.
Well, nearly identical cars.
It's a good one. This is a good race, and I think he's getting it together now here towards the end of the day. I think Denny Lake, he wants to be 20 or better on the tree here. I think he needs to be 20 or better against Goldie. Probably not that quick though, not that sharp. But if he'd gone 20, he would have had 16 advantage because Goldie went 0.36. And Goldie goes 7.53 on that 7.54.
1,000th below his dollar.
Yeah, but Denny Lake, yeah, he wasted away with that 006 red on the start line.
Yeah, can I get testing vehicles to the lanes? QDRC Comp Bike, SuperComp, and Supercharged Outlaws. You need to be in the lanes.
So Patrick Barron on the start line. Wonder who he was meant to be racing. I don't know if there was meant to be a solo pass here.
He's up against no one.
It looks like he's got a solo pass.
Yeah. Just trying to look behind just to see if there was anyone coming up. So dialing in on 8.66 in the Aussie Diffs Beretta.
Good light, 010. See how close he goes to that dial in of that 8.66 seconds. You go, oh, okay, I've got to take a photo of that. Because that's a great package there for Patrick Barron.
So it's
A 10th hour package there.
can't complain with that. That beats that Junior Dragster.
No, they both went 10th hour, so it's the second 10th hour package we've had today.
Okay.
Yeah, you see it was 002, went 8th hour over the dial in. So that's good. That's the first dead-on Dolan we've seen today. So he ran dead on his Dolan, 8.660 on the 866. Incredible pass there for Patrick Barron in Top Sportsman. Big thank you to Horsepower Solutions. And that finishes off round 2 of Top Sportsman. And I might have a quick break. Hand back over to Tiana.
Looks like, so we're into some QDRC SuperComp. We've got Josh Sluter on track up against Mark Sugars. Josh Sluter racing against that 913 index. Mark Sugars with a 930 index. Back Josh Schluter's car back straight in the speed flow lane. And welcome back to the mic, Tiana.
Hi.
So Mark Sugar's in the blue Ford Falcon. Josh Sluter, the blue Cavalier. It's all up to how much they want to dip under that index. Red light for Mark Sugars. So Josh Sluter gets the win. 861 on that 913 index at 159 mile an hour. Raheem Tar in the 477 Garage Ford Falcon up against Dave Lee, the KPM Performance.
Let's see. No. Yes. Let's see if this one will work. The other one's dead.
So Raheem Tar, 930 on the index. Dave Lee, a 991 on the index. So it just depends how far they want to dip below to make to secure that win. Dave Lee goes a 946 on a 991, and the and Tar goes a 966 for the loss on a 930. So this is QDRC SuperComp.
Yeah, we should have Joe next.
This is the bonus. SuperComp bonus. lost up in the burnout. Oh, Smoking Joe. Speed shop bringing this, bringing this out to the track. The superchargers. Just adjusting a really bar high with the back. Leave. He runs it through for a 673, 217 mile an hour. So a 1.1 to the 60 and a 2.96 to the 330. So
Yeah, that'll bring us to the end of SuperComp. So, Outlaws, you will be starting very soon. And then we need testing and comp bike.
yeah, testing QDRC Comp Bike, QDRC SuperComp and Supercharged Outlaws. You're almost about to come out on track if you're not already in the lanes.
And then hopefully we'll see another little test of the top fuel.
Bill Fletcher on track, going in 686 for QDRC Outlaws. Supported by Styromax composite panels. Need Junior Dragster, Super Street, Real Street to the lanes. Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street, you need to be in the lanes. Testing vehicles if you're not already there and you want to test. later into pre-stage. .254 reaction time. Runs a 3 for a 687, 198 mile an hour on that 686. Waiting on Gary Cameron and Shane Atkinson to fire up.
There you go, Shane in the rocket lane done at a 754. Gary Cameron in the rocket lane done at a 683.
So Shane Atkinson in the LJ Tirana. Gary Cameron, the 23 altered.
Both of these races had a win in the last round. So we'll see which one of them can make it 2 wins.
It's only Shane out of this pairing. Shane Atkinson's in the points already. Gary Cameron, can't see him on the QDRC Outlaws points page. Both in the pre-stage, waiting on Atkinson. Great lead there for Shane Atkinson, a 0.48 to a 2.30. And the Shane Atkinson in the Tirana breaks out at 7.50 on a 7.54, giving the win to Gary Cameron, 6.87 on a 6.83.
So that should bring us Neil Murphy and Josh Fletcher to round out our Outlaws.
Yeah, just waiting on them to fire their cars up. Yeah, just a little bit of a wait while we have one of the other cars pulled back from the deep end. Didn't go in the gravel, so it's a good thing.
Just need to do a call for Super Street. Super Street, can you get to the lanes, please? Real Street and Junior Dragsters, you have been called and you are getting called again. But Super Street, can you get to the lanes, please?
So Neil Murphy putting on a show in the Royal Precision Lubricant Camaro. This is our last pairing for QDRC Outlaws. And there's Josh Fletcher in beside him. Starfan Australia Dragster. Josh Fletcher with a $7.19 dial in. Neil Murphy is $5.99. If we can see him get into the fives, that'd be fantastic today. See Josh Fletcher into pre-stage. Good lead there from Fletcher, 0.72. Neil Murphy having some issues just after the 60 foot. Josh Fletcher gets the win, a 7.25 on a 7.19.
Yeah, quite a bit of spin there from Neil at the takeoff, so that'll be interesting.
Yeah, you can see some tyre shake marks just out past the 60 foot. So the Royal Precision Lubricant Camaro not too happy off the start line.
Okay, I can hear some bikes. I'm going to say that we're moving into QDRC Comp Bike.
Yeah, all 8 competitors in QDRC Comp Bike. We've got our championship leader on track, Aveen Autar, up against Dave Finlayson. So Aveen Autar with a 9.51, Dave Finlayson an 8.91. Red light there for Finlayson. Aveen Autar gets the win with that 0.27 reaction time, and he's looking over his shoulder on the brakes and runs a 9.43.9. So a breakout win there for Aveen Autar. Pete Farnell and the Blazecraft Hayabusa up next, up against Chris Collin.
Yeah, I reckon the Hayabusa's going to win.
Yeah, there's some very quick ones on track with the 209 mile per hour bike of Pete Farnell's in the speed flow lane. So keep an eye on that one. Chris Collin in beside him. Super consistent with the with his bike today.
As always.
Bit of wheel spin there for Pete Farnell. Chris Collins across the line with a 7.95 on his 8.07 record. Pete Farnell with an 8.67.
believe I can see Johnny Lewis down there in the rocket lane.
Yeah, you can see the white bike down there.
And there is something in the rocket lane again, and I don't think it's a bird.
You sure? Because it's walking around. I think it was that plover.
Could have been a magpie. There was a magpie flying around here earlier.
Some of Willowbank's fantastic wildlife.
I mean, at least it's not a snake. We've had a snake come onto the very tacky part of the track and get stuck before.
It'd make a very exciting acquisition.
That was a very good 20-minute cleanup. Watching him trying to peel the snake skin off.
So we got Carl Pacey in the Marshall Mountain Motors Suzuki waiting patiently with Johnny Lewis on his Kawasaki. Yeah, so we got a couple of events coming up very soon. We've got Spooky Saturday Test and Tune on the 2nd of November. We've got the New Year's Nitro event as well coming up. So definitely some good opportunities for some Chrissy presents. Or stocking fillers with some tickets.
You've also got the Ford vs General Motors on the 22nd of November.
So QDRC Comp Bike. Carl Pacey on the start line in pre-stage. 891 index to, or QDRC record up against Johnny Lewis. That 807 QDRC record. .390 leave. You'll want to be sharp on the tree, Carl Pacey. Johnny Lewis with a 106 leave. And he's home and hosed. Goes an 820 on that 807 record. And a 916 on an 891 for Pacey. The quick bikes keep coming. John Mangle on the CB Pro Cycle Dyno Suzuki with a record of a 789 up against Ken Collin on the Rascal Race Engines Hayabusa with a 786. Great leaves there from both sides of the track. A 104 for Mangle, 112 for Ken Collin, nothing in it. But look how far Ken Collin was well out in front, an 810 on that 786. And John Mangle having some issues, a 1054 on a 789. So that brings to a close QDRC Comp Bike. We're into some testing. Can we get Super Sedan, Junior Dragster final call, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes, please? Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street. You need to be in the lanes. And
We got Joanne Nicholson.
yep, in the red roller. Roller, Crown, Corona. .150 reaction time, runs it through for a 10.18 at 130 mile an hour. Not quite her quickest pass of the day, but pretty close. Nice little grouping there from a 10.0 to a 10.2. So we got some top fuel action now. Peter Zibris coming back out to do some testing. See how he goes with a another half track pass. Testing some nice bits from the US. So yeah, for after today's meet, if you want to have a look at dragphotos.com.au, you've got plenty of photos of today's action to go through, or previous events that you might have been at, and yeah, make sure to pick up a couple of photos. Maybe your father or fellow competitors might want a Christmas present, and make sure you get your orders in pretty quickly. I know Christmas is a big rush for Dave and crew. Here we go, guys. Top fuel. .072 reaction, 856 to the 60, 2.2 to the 330, and 358 to the 8th.
Yeah, well, I'm going to make sure that he gets off the track. We're just going to do another call. Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, Super Street, and Real Street. So Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, Super Street, and Real Street. You need to be in the lanes, please. Awesome, and we are into Real Street, round 3. Starting with Dale Samuelson, starting at a 12.65, and Tony Rogers starting at 11.68. Yeah,
Samuelson in the white Caprice with a 1:00 reaction time. 1:86 to Tony Rogers in that WPH Ultra Street Cars BF Ute. And Tony Rogers gets a win. 11:73, 125. Dale Samuelson breaks out with a 12:57 on a 12:65.
Yeah, they'll put Tony on to 3 out of 3 wins so far.
Be happy with that day.
Yeah. Well, coming into this round, there were only 3 races with 2 wins, so high chance.
Amy Johnson in the Peter Lay Custom Imports Club Sport up against Ian Nielsen in the VZ Commodore. Amy Johnson dialing in a 12:72. Ian Nielsen doing the chasing with an 11:91.
Amy doing really well in the club sport today. Hasn't raced real street before. She's raced street series.
1:44 reaction to a 0:83 for Nielsen. So some nice side-by-side racing now. And a double breakout win to Ian Nielsen, 11:87 on 11:91. And Amy Johnson goes too quick with a 12:66 on a 12:72. And we got Matt Coates in the Bridgestone Albany Creek VF Wagon up against Paulie Gingell. A 13:46 dial into a 12:23 of Matt Coates. Red light there for Paulie Gingell. And Matt Coates with a 1:68 reaction time. Bit lucky in the Holden wagon. Goes through for a 12:16 on a 12:23. And Paulie Gingell runs it out with a 13:45 on a 13:46. Craig Collis in the Tyner's Candy Shop, a Jeep Grand Cherokee. Dialing in a 13:36. Dean Merchant in beside him with a 11:36. And a red light there for Craig Collis, gifting the win to Dean Merchant. An 0:22 reaction time for Merchant. And runs it through for an 11:21 at 131 mile an hour. 13:39 on a 13:36 for Collis.
Yeah, we'll have a Cooper Lay over in the Rocket Lane, done a 13:38 in the Peter Lay Custom Imports Jeep. Paul Nielsen in the Speedflow Lane, done 11:47 in the FG.
So Cooper Lay into a pre-stage in the Jeep Grand Cherokee. 2:20 reaction time for Cooper Lay. Gifted the win by Paul Nielsen. Paul Nielsen red lighting his way out of this one with an 0:29 red. Cooper Lay goes through for a 13:27 on a 13:38. Paul Nielsen with an 11:54 and 11:47.
Paul is not having the best of luck today.
Yeah, Cooper Lay just keeps having a bit of luck, doesn't he? Cody Lay up next, dialing in a 12:44 in his Chrysler, up against Jessica Saggers in the Club Sport with a dial-in of 11:64.
125 for Cody, a 201 for Jessica. So the advantage on the tree there for Cody. And he'll convert it to a win with a 12:44. On a 12:44, Jessica finishing off 11:77 on 11:64.
So we've got Wayne Nipperis coming up with the split bumper Camaro.
Yeah, moving into Super Street.
Yeah, brought to us by Prime Science Speed Elec. So Wayne Nipperis up against Travis Greaves. Greaves in the XD Falcon. The 1068 dial into a 1046 from Nippers. Red light for Travis Greaves. 0.1 reaction time for Wayne Nippers. Nippers goes out with a 1043 on his 1046 with the win. And Travis Greaves a breakout there as well with a 1055 on a 1068. Bud Kelly in the HQ Premier, powered by the big 454. A dial in of 1065, up against Darren Piddington with a dial in of 1105 in that orange Capri. Reaction time for Bud Kelly, 147 there for Darren Piddington. Piddington gets a win, a double breakout win there, 11.03 on 11.05, 10.60 on a 10.65 for Bud Kelly. So we've got Andrew King in the Autobarn Hyperdome Ford Prefect dialing in a 10.69. Wade Moran in that immaculate blue Mustang dialing in 11.60. Reaction for Wade Moran, 202 there for Andrew King. A breakout win there for Wade Moran, 11.65 on 11.60, 10.67 on a 10.69 there for Andrew King. Tom Ryan in the Black Holden Ute on the start line with a 11.58 dial in. Terry Glasby in beside him in the Ford Fairlane, dialing in 11.95. Great reactions both sides of the track. A 0.67 to Glasby, 0.60 for Tom Ryan, nothing in it. We see the win go to Tom Ryan at 11.60 on 11.58. Glasby at 12.03 on 11.95.
Yeah, Tom will be happy with the first win in the car.
Yeah, sure will be. Carl Grading up next, dialing in at 11.28 in the green Ford Fairmont, up against Craig Layton in the silver Holden Statesman. Reaction time for Layton, 0.91 for Carl Grading. Carl Grading gets the win at 11.28 on 11.28. Craig Layton red lights with an 11.66 and an 11.70.
Carla Barrett in the Speed Flow Lane done at a 10.73. Sean Taskus in the Rocket Lane done at a 10.98. Taskus looking for his third win of the day.
Carla Barrett picks the front wheels up in the white Tirana hatchback. 3.30 reaction time to a 3.41 for Sean Taskus. It's not usual to see Taskus leave that much on the tree, but gets away with it. 11.01 on a 10.98 for the win. Carla Barrett and 10.83 on a 10.73. Jennifer Ashen in the Aerospec Racing Products Commodore, dialing in 11.17 to Samantha Yulton's BL Race Engines Commodore, dialing in an 11.50. Just over 3/10 on the tree.
0.03 for Samantha.
Yeah, great reaction time there, and 3.60 there for Jennifer Ashen. Samantha Yorton gets the win at 11.51 on 11.50 with that 003 reaction. Ashton with an 11.22 on an 11.17. Matt Francis in the Tuna Racing red Holden panel van on the start line up against Troy Hutton, the TH Tolling and Waterproofing Holden Ute. You can see on the screen how the sun is starting to play. One reaction by Francis, 146 for Hutton. Double breakout win there for Matt Francis, a 10.74 on a 77 and a 10.76 on a 10.79 for Hutton. So we need Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, Super Street and Real Street to the lanes if you're not already there.
Yeah, on the start line we've got Tanisha Marshall taking the win with a 138. Angela Holtz an 017 red.
Tanisha Marshall runs an 11.78 on a 11.80 for the win. So Real Street, Ian Nielsen and Tony Rogers to the lanes, please. Real Street, Ian Nielsen and Tony Rogers. So it sounds like we're into some SuperFloor Junior Dragsters.
There you go. We'll start off with Neil Paul in the Speed Flow lane, done at an 8.19. Tamika Cardslake in the Rocket lane, done at an 8.62.
This is where the pointy end of Junior Dragsters come into it. Trying to secure that third win. Drivers into full stage. 007 light for Tamika Castlake, 083 for Neil Paul. And Castlake gets the win, 865 on an 862 with that 007 light. Neil Paul with an 820 on an 819. Nixon King up against Paige King.
And King's going to win. Nixon hunting down for his third win. Paige for her second.
So we got A Junior Dragster of Nixon King with a dial-in of 805. Paige King slightly slower there with the B Junior Dragster. 886 dial-in. Nixon King to do the chasing.
Page out with a 114, Nixon a 100. A slight advantage to Nixon. And he will take the win with an 801 on an 805. Page an 878 on an 886.
Yeah, good old double breakout win. Tyler Bellett up next in the A Junior Dragster, dialing in a 790. Up against Vance Pirano in the B Junior, dialing in an 865.
Both of these boys just want to get the A win today. So they'll be hunting now for that. And that sun will be in just the wrong place for them as well.
I don't think they've got him in the right lanes.
No, they haven't.
There we go.
That looks a bit better.
Except the dialing board hasn't changed for Vance Pirano.
No, working on that. Yeah, I don't think Tony Bellett is crewing with Vans.
That's all been rectified now. Vance Pirano in the speed flow lane, Tyler Bellett in the rocket lane. This is SuperFloor Junior Dragster. At this time of day, you definitely want that speed flow lane, especially with the way the sun's starting to come down.
Yeah, it will still be painful, but at least you're looking away from it to look at the tree, not into it. Yeah, you can see that Tyler's having trouble, can't see where.
026 live for Vance Pirano, 174 for Tyler Bellett. Vance Pirano gets there first with an 867 on an 865. Tyler Bellett and 791 on a 790.
Okay, Max Rowling over here in the speed flow lane done at a 760, 764 for Carl, so not much in the between the lights here.
Yeah, side-by-side pairing of AA Junior Dragsters. Rolling in the rolling repairs, Junior Dragster in the speedflow lane. Can I get Real Street finalists Ian Nielsen and Tony Rogers, and Super Street Sean Taskus and Samantha Yulton to the lanes, please? Carl Schultz, the A Civil Junior Dragster, a 104 leave. Something happened there with the Junior Dragster Max Rolling on the start line. Just lost fire. So Carl Schultz gets the win, a 776 on a 764. Up next, we've got Chase Castlake in the Rocket Lane, dialing in an 827. Jasmine Kidd in beside him with in the Speedflow lane, dialing in an 860.
Chasing down his third win. Jasmine, her first.
It's up to Chase whether or not he wants to put himself in a position where he can get to the finals. And Jasmine could spoil the party. .040 light to an 054 from Chase Castlake. Kidd gets a win. Kidd goes 863 on 3 with a 860, and Chase Castlake 838 on an 827. So she got her first win for the day.
Yeah, she'll be pretty happy with that.
Dakota Bray up next in the A Junior, dialing in a 795. Jacob Schultz in the B Junior, dialing in an 862. So we see Dakota Bray on screen at the moment. Just going through a pre-race routine. Going to get Top Sportsman Modified and Super Sedan to the lanes. Top Sportsman Modified and Super Sedan to the lanes. So Jacob Schultz just sitting there in pre-stage. Red light for Schultz, 067 red for Dakota Bray too. Jacob Schultz goes 861 on an 862. Dakota Bray a 799 on a 795.
Yeah, next up we'll have Amelia Wright in the Speedflow lane, done at a 719. Cody Robertson in the Rocket lane, done at 1194.
So Amelia Wright in the Speedflow lane with the Illicit Auto Electrical supported Junior Dragster. The AA Junior dialing in a 791. Cody Robertson and 1194 in the C Junior. A little deep stage there for Amelia Wright. So 189 lead for Cody Robertson. 289 there for Amelia Wright.
I reckon that deep stage got in her head a little bit. She was a bit scared to red light there. Well, Cody will take the win with a 1200 on an 1194. Amelia will finish off with an 801 on a 791.
Nevaeh McDougall in the B Junior dialing in an 863 up against an 832 from Alex Kidd in the A Junior. Nevaeh McDougall in the SVO Transport and Towing Junior Dragster on screen. Alex Kidd in the Bellett's Bobcat Service Junior Dragster. 040 light for Alex Kidd. 163 for Knijff McDougall. Kidd gets there first, 836 on an 832 for the win, and Knijff McDougall goes an 863 on an 863. That reaction time just letting it down on that occasion. Sophia Lode, the B Junior, dialing in an 864. Lexi Lancaster, an 863 dial in.
A lot of costumes.
Must be dropping in temperature out there.
I would have thought those costumes would have been better in the cool. All in long pants and long sleeve shirts and like, oof.
Lexi Lancaster straight into full stage. Red light there for Sophia Lode, 115 for Lexi Lancaster. So Lexi Lancaster gets a win and runs it through for an 870 on an 863. Sophia Lode with an 864 on an 864. Looks like Nixon Canuli might have a solo run. So that'll help his points chase out.
Yeah, that means that Creddy Sedmak didn't come out because they were the last two juniors.
But there is that a couple that are
Yeah, we've got
still
our testing. Yeah, they were the last two that weren't testing to come out.
So Nixon Canuli in the AA Junior Dragster dialing in a 766. Zero 35 and runs it through for a 769 on a 766 on his solo run.
Yeah, and I can see Mr. Marsden down there, the rider.
And the M squared Junior Dragster. So rider goes into deep stage and gets a 162 red this occasion. It's all part of the learning curve. Runs it through for an 1166. So Top Sportsman Modified and Super Sedan, you need to be in the lanes. Got the B Junior Dragster of Isabella Hunter on track.
Yeah, she's just called a timeout and push it back.
You can see something.
But it's good she stopped and she could tell that there was something wrong, so...
Yeah, that's right. So
Cody is here. Okay.
looks like it's locked up. And they're trying to get it pushed back.
Yeah.
There you go.
See if it's locked up on the front or the back. If it's the back, just lift up the front and... It's the best thing about juniors is they're light enough that you can actually just pick up the front and drag it. That's what Dad used to do. If it's locked up in the back, that was a little bit of a different story.
So Cody Sedmak on track in the B Junior Dragster. JTS Racing supporting him. And this is the perfect conditions.
Yeah, that sun's hiding.
The cool air, but still maintaining track temp.
It'll be interesting in the finals though now because they've been in the heat all day and now it's going to cool down.
.301 reaction time for Cody Sedmak. Didn't sound happy off the start line, but ends up clearing up and goes through for a 9:01 at 77.99 mile an hour.
Yeah, he seemed to have a couple of glitches today.
And then we got our
Supercharged Outlaws. Supercharged Outlaws, you head to the lanes, please.
not quite there yet, but SuperFloor Junior Drag Bike. So we got the two Badcocks on track. Jaden Badcock dialing in a 980. Kai Badcock 1090 on the junior drag bikes. 209 reaction time for Kai Badcock. 354 for Jaden. And a double breakout win there for Jaden Badcock, a 978 on a 980, and Kai Badcock with a 1077 on a 1090.
Awesome, so we'll just make sure that those boys get off the track nice and safely and we get that gate all closed up. And we will start with a super sedan, Rudy Wyatt in the Speedflow lane done at a 956, Rob Price in the Rocket lane done at a 950.
All right, it's good to be back up on the microphone. So who we got? We got Rob Price, who just said Rudy Wyatt. How did they look in their racing so far?
Yeah, Rob, not so well. Rob, round one, just didn't even want to wait for the light.
Well, look, there's Wyatt's out with an 018 light. Price has gone 027. Slight advantage to Wyatt. And Wyatt goes 958 on the 956 for the win. Price goes 961 on the 950.
So that'll give Wyatt 2 wins. There are only 2 super sedans coming into this round with 2 wins. So
That makes it interesting. Who are they?
that would be Mr. Morris.
Damien.
What a surprise.
Yep.
And Adam White.
And Adam White. Ooh. That makes it interesting, especially with the championship side of things for Super Sedan.
That is if our calculations are correct, which they should be, but
It's always unofficial for us anyway,
yeah.
until we say that we've got the official word from the control tower. We can make guesses.
Yeah. And we can keep our own tallies and all that as we usually do.
Now we just got a hold up here on the start line. We can see that we got Mitchell Bauer and waiting for the computers to reset.
Hamish Stratton.
So Hamish is dialing a 983 in the Commodore. Bauer's dialing in a 9:27 by the looks of it from up here, if my eyes are correct. I'm getting a bit older these days, so
I know.
9:27. It looks right from up here. Waiting for the assistant. Ah, look at that. I got it right. So see, I don't need glasses if I can read that from all the way up here. So Hamish will get the head start in the corner. He's in full stage. Bauer came into this event championship leader. We might have a change after today's results. 0.52 for Hamish. He's up in spin though. Mitchell Bauer has taken advantage. He went 0.33. And Bauer will get the win, 9.43 on the 9.27. Gets the win and the points that come along with it. A little bit off the dial in though, so he might be a bit too far off to become into contention for the final. So we know Rudy went 200s over, but he's only got 2 wins. Next up, it's one of the drivers that we know that's on 2 wins from 2 starts. So that's Adam White, dialing 9.45 in the VL. Up against Judy Pukas. Judy's dialing a 9.50. Judy's had some issues today.
Yeah. Didn't make it down the first round. Had a loss in the last round.
Yep. Tough race against Adam White here. Adam's got the advantage at the moment. 111 to a 147. And the win light will go to Adam White. 9.53 and the 9.45. So that'll give him 3 from 3.
Yes, it
And if our calculations are correct, there can only be 2 potential drivers with 3 from 3.
Yep.
So you'd think that he's probably got one hand on a final spot at the moment. Next pairing out, it will be the Boss Hoses Hydraulic Hose Repair Toyota of Wayne Height to take on Brendan Shaw, the Tirana for Raw Support Services and Downs Automotive. Yeah, Height, he's a little bit over to the right of the groove. You can see that his crew were trying to get him to go back, but he's happy. He's happy where he is.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to listen to him. I know better. I'm the driver.
If he feels comfortable where he is,
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. The track is prepped the whole way across.
Yeah.
So he's dialed at 9.22 Height. Brendan Shaw's dialed at 9.30. Double 05 for Brendan Shaw, 0.31 for Wayne Height. So Shaw, killer reaction time here in round 3 of racing. And he gets the win, goes 9.33 in the 9.30. Wayne Height goes 9.29 on his 9.22. Well, this could actually just set up our finalists. If Damien Morris is on a solo pass here and he's 2 from 2, that tells me he's going to go 3 from 3, and then we'll only have 2 drivers that went 3 from 3. If our workings are correct.
If my calculations are correct, this is how it's going to work.
Yeah, Damien Morris, 9.85 dial in, solo pass, but he can't go. Well, it doesn't matter. It's only 2 drivers are going to go 3 from 3, so it doesn't really matter what he does here for Damien Morris. 9.85 and he goes 9.90. So a little bit off the dial in. 500s. You definitely you don't want to be giving up 500s to anyone.
Yeah.
So I think that'll probably come back a little bit if he does go through to the final.
Yeah, well, as the sun's going down out there as well, it will probably be getting a little bit cooler.
Yeah, you'd think they'd pick up a bit of ET, but I wouldn't be surprised if Morris is like a 9.88 dial or a 9.89 if he goes through to the final.
Yeah. So that'll be the end of Super Sedan, and that means we should be moving into Outlaws. So Outlaws, you're up next. Then we'll have Top Sportsman, Modified, and Modified Bike. So Top Sportsman, Modified, and Modified Bike, you guys should be in the lanes. Outlaws, if you're not there, there's a problem.
Okay, we've got some more finalists here, so I can announce the Junior Dragster finalists. It's going to be Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster in the final for Junior Dragster. And I'll just do a recap. Real Street, Ian Nilsson, Tony Rogers. Super Street, Sean Taskus and Samantha Yulton. And Junior Dragster, Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster. Round 3 now of Horsepower Solutions Top Sportsman. On track, Tiana, we have got Patrick Barron for Aussie Diffs in the Beretta, dolling 865. Kayleen Gooley in the Tirana for Repco, West Ipswich, dolling an 8.30 seconds. .004 for Patrick Barron, 175 for Gooley. Patrick Barron, huge advantage at the moment. Gets the win, goes 872 on his 865. Gooley goes 832 on 830. Kayleen was closer to the dial-in, but too much of a reaction time advantage for Patrick Barron. Gets him the win here in round number 3. So how does the tail of the tape look for us in Top Sportsman, Tiana? Because there's only about 8 competitors. Really? You got to turn the microphone on.
Yeah. It's on. I just had it down and then I started speaking to you.
All right.
Yeah. So in Top Sportsman, there's 6 of them.
Six, sorry.
There's 6. And 2 of them are on 2 out of 2, and that's Paul and Dave.
So Goldie and Paul. So Barron just got a win. So he's gone 2 from 3. So here's Goldie now. So there's one of the drivers with 2 wins. Well, they're actually racing each other. So only one driver is going to get 3 from 3. So all the other competitors that are looking to go 2 from 3, well, it's all going to come down to the dial-ins, really, because we're going to probably have a few drivers on 2 wins from 3 starts. It really does give you an opportunity to run it out the back door. So Patrick Barron was a little bit off his dial-in on that run. He might be a bit too far off, especially when you've got a race like this, because you know these 2 drivers are going to push each other to the finish line. They're both going to be good on the tree.
Yeah.
Unless one of them red lights. Ooh, interesting. And a red light takes you out of contention to make a final too. Yep. By the rules as well. So if you were to red light here, it would take you out of contention to get into the final, I'm pretty sure. Need Supercharge Outlaws to the lanes, please. Modified bike, modified. And testing to the lanes, please. 008 to an 025 advantage Doblain. Winlight Doblain 860 on the 856. Goldie goes too quick, a 750 on a 752. So Paul Doblain gets the win here in round number 3. And Denny Lake looks like he's on a solo pass, Tiana.
Yeah, Tony hasn't come out for the last 2 rounds.
Who's it? Tony Wyatt.
Yeah.
So in the first round of racing, he went into stage but didn't actually leave the line. So I'm wondering if there's issues for Tony Wyatt. So Denny Lake gets a solo pass here in round 3. So does that give Denny 2 from 3 with the win? So we should have wrote down what Patrick Barron did. I think he was about 600s over the dial-in. Denny Lake super consistent today. It's one of those moments where if he gets the win, and if the guys were watching, I would even probably whomp it 1 or 2 times on the finish line, just so you know you don't go under that 793, because Patrick Barron was 600s over the dial-in. Just thinking out loud with my racer's brain here, because he has dialed in tight. Like that's what he's been running. Like I'd expect he could even go like a 92 in these conditions as it's cooling down, or a 91.
Yeah, my brain never worked like that when I was.
So I'm just thinking at the back door, you know, there's potential for a breakout. Oh, he's green because he knew that you can't go red. He moved around a little bit there, about 300 foot. Goes 794 at 172 miles an hour, Denny Lake. That is a great pass. So I think, unofficially, he is probably the closest to the dial-in of the drivers with 2 wins. Tight times in Top Sportsman. Once we get official word, we'll let you know who the finalists are. But another call for Supercharged Outlaws, Modified Bike. Modified, you should be there as well. Super Sedan. We've already had Super Sedan, haven't we?
We had Super Sedan.
Yeah, well, we can push that off there. So testing, Supercharged Outlaws, Modified Bike and Modified. You guys should be in the lanes. And that was round 3 of Horsepower Solutions Top Sportsman. I don't think we've got any more to come forward.
No, that'll be all of them.
Yeah. So we've got official word on our next finalist for Super Sedan now. It's going to be Damien Morris to take on Adam White in Super Sedan. So the Super Sedan finalists are Damien Morris and Adam White. And I'll just recall the Junior Dragster finalists. It was Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster. There you go. So we've got 4 of our classes now have got finalists. I think we had that one right too. Look at that. Our notes were good today. It's been another really good day here for the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships. It's been really good weather. It's a shame we don't get more of a crowd because it has been really good racing today. It's cool to see Peter Zipris out here doing some testing as well. It's always fun to see a bit of top fuel action. So we need Supercharged Outlaws, Modified Bike, Modified, and testing to the lanes, please. Looks like we've got some outlaw action coming forward. Shane Atkinson now in the LJ Tirana. We are into Supercharged Outlaws. He's dialing a 7.50 seconds, Shane Atkinson, on a solo pass. Just another solid outing for Atkinson. This is the QDRC Outlaws bracket. So, dialing at 7.50 seconds, it's potentially his last pass of the day. Gets out of the 156 reaction time. Shane Atkinson takes the Toronto through, breaks out 7:49 at 185 miles an hour. And the LJ Toronto there, he was on a solo pass, gets the win. Now I think I saw Neil Murphy towing out as well, so it's going to be good. We get to see the Camaro again. Testing some new parts in the converter.
Well, I can see Suzanne Fletcher walking down the side of the track here. So I'm going to say that Bill is up next in Speedflow.
I think you could be correct. Looking at the dial-in boards already, we can see 6.85 seconds and 5.99 seconds. How cool is that? Neil Murphy in the Camaro dialing at 5.99 seconds.
Yeah, we'll just hope that this time Bill doesn't knock the chutes.
Yes, that's what. Yeah, that did. That was unfortunate in the last round of racing in the Outlaws. That Fletcher, I'm not sure if he bumped the chutes or what happened there. So we can only guess from up here in the commentary box. But we saw the chutes pop out just as he was going into stage.
I mean, most races have done it, have knocked the chutes at least once by accident.
Or come loose in the burnout, or...
Yeah. I mean, for those who actually have parachutes, but yeah.
Yeah. I think sometimes more of an issue for the guys that use the air launchers, which is just got a button on the steering wheel and they use air to launch them out.
Yeah.
So Bill Fletcher in the Dragster, dialing in at 6.85 seconds for Styromax composite panels. Neil Murphy using this event for some testing in his Pro Modified Raw Precision Lubricants Camaro, dialing at 5.99 seconds in the lane beside Bill Fletcher. We can see Murphy backing up here. Hasn't had a clean pass in racing just yet. Has run a 6.10, but he went after it. He got a little bit more aggressive and stood on his toes a little bit, got a bit of shake. So we can announce the finalists for Top Sportsman. It's Paul DeBlane and Denny Lake in Top Sportsman. So Paul DeBlane, Denny Lake in the final for Top Sportsman. Back to the action here on track. So head start will go to the Dragster. Murphy dialing at 5.99 seconds. He's running to the 580s in this car. All right, if this gets off the start line, gets through this shake zone, I think he breaks out. If I'm being honest, I think that Murphy, if he does get a clean pass, it breaks out.
Well, if Bill does a really good pass, he has a chance to be in the final.
He was coming back at him there. Murphy was coming home strong, 631, 243 miles an hour. But Bill Fletcher in the Dragster goes 686 on his 685 to get the win at 198 miles an hour. Well, he's done himself no harm at all in getting into a final, potentially running 686 on his 685. So,
because coming into this, we had the 5 Outlaws.
Are they actually? Is the Outlaws running elimination? So is this the next pass at the actual final for Outlaws? We should.
I believe they do Chicago Shootout at QDRCs.
I might just check that. This is not a final for Outlaws, is it? They do, okay. It's only SuperComp and Comp Bike with eliminations. Okay. Awesome. Yep. Yeah, so there is potential for Bill to get into the final here. still
well,
for Supercharged Outlaws, and that's a good pass. So it is.
coming into the third round, Gary Cameron and Josh Fletcher are the only ones with 2 out of 2 wins.
Yep.
They're the only 2 left to race.
Yes, and if they're racing each other, so that means that only one driver will have 3 wins,
Yep.
and there'll be a tiebreaker for the other drivers with 2. Look at you go, Tiana.
Not just a pretty face.
Not just a face, that's definite. Nah. I'm the pretty one up here.
Sure.
Okay.
What floats your boat?
So we've had a car go long. I'd say it was Murphy, because he did go big speed there, 243 mile an hour with some pedals. He went .992 to the 60 foot as well for Neil Murphy, for those playing at home. And so that's stout, 992 to the 60. Then it actually looked like it had a cylinder. It looked like there was some raw fuel pumping out the left side, the left bank. And then he got a bit of shake. And just having a look at the track, about 60 foot. And he had to pedal it. And it went through for a 631 still. So that was good. Well, at least we got people listening and agreeing with what I'm saying. So that's really nice of them.
Whatever floats your boat, I told you that. If you want to be that self-confident to say that, go for it.
So we just got to get Neil Murphy off the racing surface. He just went down into a extended runoff area here at Willowbank Raceway.
Went to a sandpit.
Yeah. I don't know if he went to the sand. Might have just... So we've got that extended braking area, and there's no... Once you go past that last loop in the braking area, you've got to get pushed back, which takes a little bit. So
Yeah, luckily we've got the quad to be able to help with that.
yeah. And the birds are back on the track as well, the plovers. Yeah. Sorry.
See, I
They
could
want
do
the best
that
view
job.
on they want the best view on the house. Yeah, you could do that, John.
I
You
could
know,
do
once
that
you
job.
can't
Just sit on the buggy
once
and
you
just
can't
drive around and...
waddle up here up the stairs in a couple of weeks, you could do that job just on a buggy and get rid of the birds.
Well, as Janie told me, she was up in the tower calling on her due date.
Look at
So-
her go.
I'm confident I can do it. I'm dying walking up them today, but we're doing pretty well.
Well, that's a first, having to get plovers off the racetrack. I don't think we've had to do that before here.
We've had to get birds off.
Yeah, birds, we've had ducks in the braking area, kangaroos, snakes. We had snake last week.
A rabbit.
Rabbits.
We've had a rabbit. I remember one time we had a snake and it was about at the 8th mile and actually got stuck because it
Yeah, because
it found it nice and warm, so then it just stayed there. And then we had to go and try and peel it off. That was interesting.
Okay, so we'll just get Neil Murphy off the racing surface and be back underway with some more action in Queensland Drag Racing Outlaws class.
Here we go. Josh Fletcher in the rocket lane done at a 7:21. Gary Cameron in the speed flow lane done at a 6:85.
So, if Bill Fletcher's got 2 wins from 3 starts, he went 100th over the dial in the 3rd round that we just saw. So the winner of this race, in theory, will get the automatic place in a final because they'll go 3 from 3.
Yep.
The loser of this race will need to be closer to their dial than what Bill Fletcher was, as long as they don't go red, to get a spot in the final, in theory.
In theory. Providing that you guys didn't mess up my notes.
Yeah, providing that we didn't mess up our notes up here. All right, Gary Cameron, Josh Fletcher. Fletcher leaving first in the Dragster, 721 dial, and Cameron 685 in the altered. Cameron made a big move there in stage. Oh, dead even off the start line. Both cars were 070. Cameron making some moves in the altered. Shoots out early for Cameron, and the win will go to Fletcher, 725 on his 721. Cameron was right beside him there. He made some big moves just after half track, and I think he's just pulled the chutes out of safety precaution there. And he almost had the win because he only lost by 0.02 of a second. Josh Fletcher gets the win. Cameron goes 691 on his 685. So in theory, that means you'd think that Bill Fletcher was closer to his dial in. So, but we'll wait for the official word from the tower before we announce anything. But that's a good race, very good race. So going by our sheet, we should be moving now into, I think we've had Top Sportsman, haven't we?
We're moving into Modified.
Modified, here we go. We're out of order of what our schedule is.
I just see Chris Reed's.
There you go.
Team
I should have just looked up. I was just looking at the paperwork here in front of me. So we're into Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator round number 3. Chris Reed in the Roadster. Let's talk championship points here because it's important because he's second in the championship. He won the last event here at Willowbank Raceway up against Andy Driver in the rear engine dragster backing up here. Andy's dial in a 727, so he's dropped his dial in by 200 to what we saw in the previous round of racing. So he thinks he's going to go a little bit quicker here as it's cooling down. I tend to agree with Andy there. Chris Reed stuck with the 844. That's pretty where he's been all day. It's another very good matchup here in round 3 of Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator. Oh, 001 for Andy Driver. Chris Reed goes 021 beside him. Driver 200's advantage. And the win light's going to go to Chris Reed. 845 on his 844. If Driver was off the dial and he went 732 on his 727. Chris Reed gets a win. That is a great race here in Modified. Driver was whole shot. He had the whole shot 001, but Reed closer to the dial and gets the win. Wow, that's just a good race. I thought Andy Driver was going to have that race then after seeing the reaction times, but he just runs off the dial in a little bit. Okay, next up, it's going to be Lucas Holtz to take on Dave Porter.
Lucas chasing out his 3rd win. Dave his 1st.
All right, so Lucas is trying to go 3 from 3, and Dave is looking for his first W of the day. Can he take out the championship leader, the current modified champion in Lucas Holtz? Lucas dial in 915, Porter's dial in 757. So Lucas has dropped his dial in a bit too. I'm pretty sure last round he was 920, so he's dropped it by 500s. Oh, Lucas is one of the slowest lights I've seen him cut in a long time. He goes 115, but he's got the automatic win because Porter has red lit on the start line. Another call. This time we've got finalists for Supercharged Outlaws. It's going to be Bill Fletcher and Josh Fletcher in the final for Outlaws. So Bill Fletcher and Josh Fletcher for Outlaws in the final. So Lucas Holtz, 921 on his 915. And Porter went 771. You don't get too many opportunities against Lucas Holtz when he goes 115. Next up, Brett Farnell in the front engine dragster to take on Andrew Pinkstone in the rear engine dragster. Farnell's dialing at 820, Pinkstone at 759. Tail of the tape, Tiana. What have we got? How many wins have they got?
Brett's got 2. Pinkstone's got 1.
So Brady's trying to go 3 from 3 and join Lucas.
Pinky's trying to go for another one to see if he can maybe get a final if Brett and Phil lose.
So basically, the maths is for Pinkstone win and be good at close to your dial-in to give yourself a shot. Because you're going to take out one of your competitors in the other lane if you do get the win.
Yep.
Advantage Pinkstone, 32 to a 49 on the tree. And the win light will go to Brett Farnell though, because Pinkstone is broken out. Pinkstone goes 757 on his 759. Farnell safe 822 on his 820. So Brett Farnell goes 3 from 3. So the maths now is for Phil Bellett.
Yep.
He needs to win, and he needs to be closer than Lucas went 921 on his 915, so he was 600s over his dial-in. So the maths for Phil Bellett in this pass, win and be 500s or better on his dial-in to knock out Lucas.
Yep.
Jason Vanderlyn though, he's looking to stop that from happening in his altered for Sanford Valley Realty. He's dialing at 778, Bellett 771, so it's almost heads up, 700s difference between the two drivers. Bellett in the dragster, Vanderlyn in pre-stage. Whole shot to Vanderlyn. Bellett's gone 045. Vanderlyn was 012. And the win light will go to Jason Vanderlyn, goes 780 on his 778. Phil Bellett broke out by 3 thousandths of a second, trying to make up that difference in the reaction times. So I think that after that pairing there, with Bellett losing, that only gives us 2 drivers, I think. Knijff Earthmoving with 3 wins then, potentially. We'll wait until if we get the official word, then we'll let you know.
We're missing a racer.
Missing one, eh? Who
It
did-
is the.
Oh, he didn't come out, did he?
Oh, we're moving into a modified bike. Jason Clarkin over here on Speedflow Lane, done at a 930. Scott Munch in the Rocket Lane, done at an 894. Scott just giving Jason the win there with a red light. Jason will finish off with a 936 on a 930, taking 3 wins.
There you go. That's all right. Next up, Jason White to take on Mark Ashworth. So Jason White dialing a 1068. Ashworth is dialing a 904. So we'll see White leave first. He'll have a 2.5 head start.
Ashworth on 2 wins so far.
So he's looking to go 3 from 3.
White's on none.
White's a good rider, so
Yeah.
it's surprising that he hasn't got a win yet today. That's a great light. 028 to Ashworth's 033. And the win light's going to go to Jason White because we've got a breakout from Mark Ashworth. He goes 2 quicker, 902 on his 904. White goes 1101 on his 1068 to get the win.
Bobby Schluter in the Speedflow Lane, done at 1118. Brian Alvizio in the Rocket Lane, done at an 899.
So I've got the finalists for Modified. It's Brett Farnell and Lucas Holtz. So Brett Farnell and Lucas Holtz are our finalists in Modified. I made a mistake today. I don't make too many mistakes, but I did. I screwed up today. I've been calling Alvizio the champ. He is a champ. and he's won a couple championships, but he's not the current champ right now,
No.
which is Temi Goldthorpe.
Yep.
As you see Bobby Schluter get out with a 105, a Vizio an 089. And a Vizio will get the win, a 900 on his 899. And Bobby Schluter goes 1126 on 1118. So I apologise, Tammy, for calling. You know, I shouldn't be even calling him the champ. He's got a big enough ego as it is, Brian Alvizio. Tammy Goldthorpe, the real champ at the moment, on track in modified bike. To take on Alex Redmond, isn't it? There we go. Computer reset for us. So Goldthorpe's 891 dial in, Redmond 995. Second head start for Alex.
Goldthorpe chasing a place in the finals.
Sounded like one of them might have missed a gear slightly there. Goldthorpe gets a win, goes 896 on an 891, and Alex Redmond goes a 1012 on the 995. So Goldthorpe gets a win. So has she gone 3 from 3 as well?
Yeah, we've had Clark and Goldthorpe and Alvizio.
Alvizio went 3 from 3 as well. Okay, interesting. So 3 riders, 3 from 3 in modified bikes. So there will be a count back on that one. Once we know who the finalists are, we'll let you know. Well, we know Alvizio, well, he was 100th over, so that was tight. Goldthorpe was 500s. I think Clarkin was around 500s as well, so it is going to be real tight once we look at the get it down to the thousandths of a second, but we'll let the control tower do that as I look over and he's playing pokies on his phone.
Such a good look for our main director.
Got to wait for the results to come through. So we've got a little bit of testing here before we'll be getting into all of our finals here at the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships.
Yeah, Joanne Nicholson are having a couple trips down the track today with testing.
Hey, Joanne goes through for a 1062 at 127 miles an hour. Done a fair few laps today, Joanne, so I'll always see her at the next event, in maybe like in Super Street or Super Sedan or one of those brackets. As we're just waiting for our last finalist to be worked out. I think it's a modified bike final, and then that's it for us. So we've got the finalists to call, and then we'll hand out all the trophies. Okay, I can make the official call for the modified bike finalists. It's Brian Alvizio and Temi Goldthorpe. So Brian Alvizio, Temi Goldthorpe in the final of modified bike. So, and then we've got Brett Farnell and Lucas Holtz in modified. So what we're going to do for the next 5 minutes, we're just going to do a quick rub of the track, and then we'll get underway with the final passes of today with all our finalists. Okay, it's finals time here at the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships. It's round 4 of the championships. First up, it's going to be Real Street. And on the track, we can see Tony Rogers in the Ute to take on Ian Nielsen, the VZ, the Commodore. So Tony Rogers here going forward in the Ford Ute. He's dialing in 11.68 seconds. Ian Nielsen in the lane beside him, he's dialing in 11.85. So the Ute to do the chasing, almost 0.2 of a second head start for Ian Nielsen in the blue Commodore. And I think, so this is just an exhibition bracket this weekend, so it's not a part of the Queensland Drag Racing Championship, so no points. Oh, good light there for Nielsen. 0.36, a 154 for Rogers. So Nielsen's got over a 10th advantage in the Commodore. He's dialing it at 11.85 across the finish line. The win light goes to Nielsen. 11.90 on the 11.85 gets the win. Rogers broke out trying to catch up there with an 11.65 on his 11.68. Ian Nielsen is your winner here in Real Street. Tony Rogers runner-up. Next out, we have got on track Prime Sign Speed Elec Super Street Finals, and it's going to be Samantha Yulton and Sean Taskus. Taskus, the championship leader here in another final, so he's already been in 2 finals this season. This will be his 3rd final. He's going to extend that championship lead. And it was already an alright lead as well for Taskus, so this could really springboard him towards that Queensland Drag Racing Championship, that #1 plaque. So Taskus is dialing at 10.97. Samantha Yulton in the Commodore for BL Race Engines. She's dialing 11.47, so 0.5 of a second head start for Samantha Yulton. Both cars in pre-stage. We see Taskus already in full stage now, waiting on Yulton. Prime Sign Speed Elec Super Street Final. Reaction time advantage. Samantha Yulton 0.39 to Taskus 0.61. At half track, it's Yulton still in front. 1,000 foot, Yulton still in front. But the win light's going to go to Sean Taskus. He runs closer to the dial, and a 10.98 on the 10.97. Yulton goes 11.51 on the 11.47. So Sean Taskus picks up another win here in Prime Sign Speed Elec Super Street. We just need the SuperComp finalists to the lanes, please, as well. SuperComp, you need to be in the lanes, please. So we've got two classes down now. Just a handful more to go here for the 4th round of the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. Next up, it looks like it's going to be the Super Sedan final. Damien Morris came into this event 2nd in the championship. And Adam White was down in 6th. So I think we're going to leave this event. I think Morris will leapfrog Bauer and get into the lead of the championship. Still 2 more events to go. But we are here in the final for Super Sedan. We can see Damien Morris is already in the burner pad waiting on Adam White and his VL to come out. Looks like he's just moving out of the lanes now. Super Sedan final now about to come forward. So Damien Morris in the HQ, the Monaro for Horsepower Developments is dialing in at 9.87 seconds. Doing a little bit of a dry hop there, Damien Morris. Adam White in the VL in the lane beside him is dialing in at 9.46 for JR Stevens. 0.4 of a second head start for Morris in the Monaro. Morris has been in 2 finals this season as well in Super Sedan, so this is his 3rd final of the season. Reaction time advantage goes to Adam White, 0.10 to an 0.43. Adam White in the VL, 300s advantage. Winlight, Adam White goes 9.47 on his 9.46. Morris breaks out with a 9.86 on the 9.87. Adam White is your Super Sedan champion today. Great pass, 10 on the tree, 100th over the dial-in. A great run there from Adam White. And I think that makes it Damien Morris's 3rd runner-up of the season. No wins yet, but 3 runner-ups. He's got the championship lead, though. That's all that matters. So I think Junior Dragster might be coming out next. So I just heard word it will be the SuperFloor Junior Dragster final up next. Let's have a look, a recap of the championship standings for SuperFloor Junior Dragster. So coming into the event, Vance Perano was on top of the ladder. So it's going to be Carl Schultz and Lexi Lancaster. So the rookie, Lexi, in through to her 1st final. After what, it's only been, 3 events maybe for Lexi? So that's really cool to be into her 1st final. And Carl Schultz, well, he was down a little bit in the ladder, the pecking order. But this is going to be good for the championship aspirations for the Schultz team. No matter what happens here in the final, they'll move up a few spots. Junior Dragster getting very tight with 2 events to go. So we're just waiting for everyone to get ready. They only just ran the junior drivers, so they're back getting strapped into their cars. All right, we're moving now to the SuperFloor Junior Dragster final. Carl Schultz for A Civil SCG Race Parts team to take on Lexi Lancaster in her first final, the rookie. Dialing at 8.75 seconds there for Lexi Lancaster. You can see Father Joe just pushing it back. See the little dry hop here. Make sure they're happy with everything. I don't know their costumes, but they were in costumes today, the Lancaster team. They're all out now. But Carl Schultz in the lane beside, dialing at 7.65 seconds, so it's going to be just over 1 second head start for Lexi. And then Carl to do the chase. There's one of the commentators in the back here, they might have to do the costumes every time. Could be good luck. Lexi in pre-stage. Carl moving forward. So both juniors in pre-stage here. We've got the rookie in full stage. Carl Schultz has been doing this for a few years now. Oh, great reaction time from Lexi. 0.53. She's got the whole shot. Schultz has gone 1:37. 800's advantage to Lexi Lancaster. But the win light's going to go to Carl Schultz with a 7.68 on the 7.65. Safe for the win. Lexi broke out by 0.02 of a second. An 8.74 with an 8 on the 8.75. Oh, so close for Lexi. Almost got a win there in her first final. But Carl Schultz is your winner here today for SuperFloor Junior Dragster. 7.68 on the 7.65. Gets the win for the A Civil team. And Lexi Lancaster runner-up. So that was the finals for SuperFloor Junior Dragster. So we still have Modified, Mod Bike, Top Sportsman, SuperComp and Comp Bike, Outlaws as well to go. Here at the Queensland Drag Racing Championships, brought to us by Donnelly Blasting Services. And it looks like next up is going to be Knijff Earthmoving Modified. Let's have a look at the championship standings coming to the event. For Modified, Lucas Holtz, current championship leader in the final. He's been in 2 finals this year already, so this is his 3rd final. And he will be taking on Brett Farnell, I think, was it, from memory? So Brett came into this event 4th in the championship, so it's probably imperative here for Brett Farnell to get a win, because then he takes away 3 points off Lucas and the lead that he had coming into this event. So Brett Farnell in front of us in the front engine dragster. So like normal, we usually see because Lucas has got a really short routine, so we'll see Brett Farnell do his burnout procedure. In the front engine dragster, he'll probably be dialing in around that low 8-second zone, around the 8.20s or high 8.1s. So Brett has dialed in 8.20, 8.20 seconds. Lucas dialed in at 9.19. So just as Brady gets around to the Christmas tree, probably see Lucas go through his burnout procedure. There you go. There goes Lucas now. So Lucas dialed in 9.19. So it's almost exactly 1 second head start. So 0.99 of a second head start for Lucas Holtz in the Ultra. So Brett hasn't done too much chasing in this front engine dragster. He's usually getting chased. So it's his turn to do a bit of chasing in this pass here against Lucas Holtz. Lucas did go a 1 light in that last round, a 0.1 light, so which is very unusual for Lucas. So I expect that to change here. He'll be focused. Oh, it's a terrible light from Lucas Holtz. A 4.36 to an 0.19. I didn't mean to say it that bad, but that's, yeah, you don't see that from Lucas. Brett Farnell is in the box seat here, and he does get the win. 8.47 on an 8.20. Lucas Holtz goes 9.18 on a 9.19, breaks out, but Wow, Brett Farnell, great pass, 019 on the tree. But Lucas, yeah, 0.436 there for Lucas. I did not expect that. That's I've never seen Lucas ever do that before. It's a little bit shocked, but congratulations to Brett Farnell. Great pass. That was going to be tough to beat anyway for Brett. 019 tree. He would have been running on that 820 dial in as well. Yeah, strange scenes here in the final for Knijff Earthmoving Modified Eliminator. Next up, we have got our finalist for Modified Bike. The champ, Temi Goldthorpe, on track to take on just Brian Alvizio, current points leader in Modified Bike. So Goldthorpe dialing 895, Alvizio 898. So we know that both the riders are going to hit their dial in. So you'd think it's going to come down to the reaction time here. And that reaction time advantage has gone to Temi Goldthorpe by a bunch, 015 to a 120. She's got a full 10th advantage on Alvizio here and it breaks out. Temi Goldthorpe broke out by a lot there, 888 on the 895. Alvizio gets the win, goes 896 on his 898. Double breakout both sides. Goldthorpe, the worst of the two. Alvizio gets a win here and just keeps extending that lead in the Modified Bike Championship. That's 3 from 4 events now, wins in Modified Bike and a runner-up. So he's been in all 4 finals and has gotten 3 wins for Brian Alvizio. Next up, we've got our Top Sportsman final, brought to us by Horsepower Solutions. Paul Doblain and the BF Cobra Ute, they're dialing at 8.59 seconds. We'll be taking on Denny Lake in the Cutlass for Lang's Building Supplies. Denny's dialed in a 7.92. So Doblain, 8.59. So 0.7 of a second head start almost for Doblain. Denny Lake moving forward, both cars in pre-stage. Top Sportsman Championship, Doblain is currently leading the championship. 0.39 to an 0.37. Lake with 0.02 of a second advantage. This will come down to the dial-in. And the win light's going to go to Paul Doblain. Double breakout, 8.57 on the 8.59 to a 7.90 on the 7.92. It is a 1 thou difference in the breakouts here. Doblain was the lesser of the two by 1 thou. He broke out by 0.15. Lake broke out by 0.16. Incredible race here in Top Sportsman final. Denny Lake got to the finish line first because of that whole shot advantage, and he was 1 thou quicker on the dial-in, so he got there by 3 thou, but yeah, Doblain broke out by 15 thou. Lake broke out by 16 thou. Incredible race. Congratulations to Paul Doblain. Extends that championship lead in Top Sportsman. Moving on to SuperComp now. Jai Schluter. He's a bit of a runaway leader as well at the moment in SuperComp, taking on Dave Lee. 1 and 2 in qualifying. In qualifying, Lee was 0.523 under his index. Schluter was 0.503 under his index, 200ths. Advantage to Lee in qualifying. It is the 477 Garage of Cavalier of Jai Schluter take on the KPM Performance Holden of Dave Lee. Lee running an HMS with a 991 index. Schluter running a D-modified production with a 913 index. So Lee will leave first. This is, of course, the SuperComp final. Jai Schluter getting guided into stage by his crew, telling him exactly where they want him to stage on the track. Dave Lee's just gone straight into full stage. There's no mucking about here. He's ready to go rock and roll. Number 1 qualifier taking on number 2 qualifier. Championship leader Jai Schluter in SuperComp here at the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. Reaction time 1:30 for Lee, 1:17 for Schluter. Schluter was wheels up in the air. Lee's in front at the moment at half track. At full track, it is side by side. The win light's going to go to Dave Lee. A 9:29 to an 8:63. Dave Lee is the winner here in SuperComp. That is an incredible pass from Dave Lee to get the win. Wow, incredible. An 8:63 for Jai Schluter. Well under the record for both there. Well, Schluter was actually just dead on the record, but man, incredible race there in SuperComp final. Dave Lee is your winner here today. Jai Schluter runner-up. Moving now into the finals of Comp Bike. It will be our number 1 qualifier taking on number 3 qualifier, Aveen Otoa, to take on Chris Collin. Collin, number 3 qualifier. Otoa was our number 1 qualifier. Collin running on the B-altered bike, an 8:07 QDRC record. Aveen with a 9:51 QDRC record on that B Street bike. First to the finish line wins. Don't go red, get to the line first and you win. That's the simple maths of competition bike. Oh, it's going to be a red light for Aveen, handing the automatic win to Chris Collin. And Collin spun a little bit off the hit as well. Aveen's going to be kicking himself for that. Aveen goes through for a 9:05. Collin with an 8:49. Here's the winner on that B-altered bike here at the QDRC Championships. Couple incredible races here at the end of the day for the Queensland Drag Racing Championships. We've got the Outlaws, Supercharged Outlaws final to come. I can see Bill Fletcher in the lanes over there. It's going to be a Fletcher versus Fletcher final. Have a look at the points. There's only been one Outlaws event so far this season. Bill Fletcher currently leading the championship from Josh. They were in the final at the first one. It's a rematch of the final, so Bill got the win that time. Can Josh flip the script this time, get a win? And then I don't know if they'd be equal on points then, because Bill had a loss, didn't he, today? Interesting times, yeah. Here in the Outlaws bracket. Haven't got enough fingers to work that out, but what I do know is that Bill won the first one, and they're in the final again. So the QDRC Outlaws finalists they're pulling out of the lanes right now, and they'll get the fire-up signal very, very shortly. So Bill would have had the lane choice because he's got the quicker dial-in of the two. This is how they decide lane choice in the dial-your-own brackets. So in the first round, it goes to the higher qualifier. And then from round 2 onwards, it goes to whoever's got the lower dial-in for lane choice. And we can hear them firing up now here for the QDRC Outlaws final. I think this is the final pass of the day here. And it's going to be Fletcher versus Fletcher. Bill versus Josh. Father versus son. Have I got everything there? 1 and 2 in the points. There you go, I found another one. So, Styrofan versus Styro Max. Same company, I think, but... So it's Bill Fletcher's dialing at 6.86 seconds. Josh Fletcher in the Styrofan Dragster, he's dialing in at 7.24 seconds. So we can see Bill, the Styromax Dragster, backing up here. He will be in the rocket side of the racetrack, the hillside. And Josh Fletcher dialing 7.24 seconds. He's in the speed flow lane. That's what we call the grandstand side here at Willowbank Raceway. You see Josh Fletcher there. To our viewers at home watching this live stream here from the overtaking lane team. Josh Fletcher moving forward. So he will leave first. The chase from Bill Fletcher. Bill won the first Outlaws event this season, currently leading the championship. And Josh looking to flip the script here and make it 1 apiece so far this season at Willowbank Raceway between the father and son team. Both cars in full stage at the same time. Bill Fletcher with the whole shot by 200s. He was 54 to a 74. And Bill Fletcher will make it 2 from 2, goes 687 on his 686. Josh goes 729 on the 724. Bill Fletcher is your winner here in the QDRC Outlaws bracket and goes 2 from 2, consolidates that lead in the championship at the moment in the Outlaws bracket. And that's it. That brings a close to round 4 of the Donnelly Blasting Services Queensland Drag Racing Championships. A big thank you to all of our officials here today at Willowbank Raceway. Big thank you to the crowd that stuck by here to the end. Big thank you to all of the racers as well in the pits and the crew. We'll have the trophy presentations about 10-15 minutes down in the usual spot for all of our winners and runners-up. Make sure you check out the Willowbank Raceway website. We do have some events coming up here at Willowbank Raceway. We've got the Spooky Saturday Test and Tune on the 2nd of November. Join us for a night of chills racing thrills at a Spooky Saturday this Halloween. Come dressed to impress and get in free for spectators only. So check that out. And we've got the Ford versus General Motors coming up as well. Check that out on the Willowbank Raceway website. And, of course, the New Year's Nitro event in January. Spectator tickets, you can buy those online. Great idea for Christmas gift as well. We'll see Top Fuel, Dragsters and Nitro-funded cars return here in January. Anyways, drive home safely, everyone. We'll see you next time here at Willowbank Raceway.